I can't swim. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend like you. And a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain.
This is summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning in too close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
Ready to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
That KT.RY
提起他的打野灰吧，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了第10回。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭 launch。
Welcome back, everybody, to WRLA. We're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Autolus. We're the irregulars, and now it's again the Sunday special. There's a lot of APAC teams fighting for today, so all the fans out there are in for a treat. I hope we have some great games today, Autolus.
Yeah, you know what day is it today? It's day number 32, and do you know what that means?
What does that mean?
It's the day after day 31.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I'm practicing my super mathematics thoughts for today. But kidding aside, it is definitely going to be an exciting day for everyone because we do have two APAC powerhouses that will be standing against two of the best teams from China as well. And of course, for our second match, we do also have a clash between two Goliaths from the Chinese region. This has always been the case whenever an APAC team go against a Chinese team. The stakes gets a little higher, and it's an exciting time to be a fan and to be able to cast the games here, Dash, as we look into the standings for China.
Yeah, right now, what's great about this, though, the standing on China, there's a lot of teams that have already passed off the 10-game mark. Now we're going to be looking at that, and there's already the teams right there. We're really gunning for the playoffs. Top 8 teams are going to be going upward, but there's also some teams that are going to be going downward or are not going to be going to the playoffs. So that's why everybody out here, especially Thunder Talk and FPX, they need to really stand out if ever they still want to get to that playoffs match.
We really are at the halfway, right? Like a total of 19 matches for each team. KBG already done with 13 and is currently on a 12 win streak. By the way, I discussed this with Kiyang yesterday, and he did say that there are only 2 Chinese teams remaining on the schedule for KBG, so we might be expecting an almost flawless record from them. But we do have the settings for APAC. And this is really where things get a little bit more dicey, right? Because the amount of separation that the second team has from the 7th team is just like 2 wins, right? And if you look at how things are right now, there are a lot of games for APAC to be had. If you look at BRU, they have accomplished like 7 games only. Again, we have a total of 19 matches. So from here on, moving forward, every game really counts.
Yeah, and from here on, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of games for APAC moving forward for the weeks because they are still going to be following through until they get to their 19th matches. So we're going to be expecting a lot of games coming in from APAC, so there's still a lot of ways for APAC to actually come back in the standings, and this standings that we have could still be shuffled, honestly. That's why here, the matchups that we have for today: NGX versus Nova, WBG versus OMG, RY versus Thunder Talk Gaming. We do have 2 games for APAC, so all the fans out there are here supporting the APAC teams from actually fighting against Chinese teams.
Yeah, if you are a jungler main, match number 1 is definitely a match to watch, right? Like, because we do have one of the best junglers from APAC go against one of the best junglers in the world right now. And speaking of the APAC team, we have the gold medalist in just the recently concluded SEA Games. Pasay Enigma Galaxy will be manning the 5-man roster: Fight, Just Chi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw. And we always have put them on a very high regard, right? And they have been showing some inconsistencies here and there against the best of the best teams, but against the lower end teams, they kind of they kind of handle their business, and they know how to really win, despite being handicapped of I would say a big roster change in the Baron lane, and the audience really knows what I'm talking about. But for Nova,
Nova, we all know how this team works. This team works really well. The reason why they are the world champions last year, and this is why they're strong. We all know who who is the best one here? It's Long. Long is the best player out here, especially for Nova Esports. Both of these junglers from both sides, for Nova and NGX, they really play well. One thing that I do respect from Nova is they always give the apple, the orange, to Long because they always want him to go carry.
Oh, that's actually interesting. I did not expect that analogy. But sure, yeah, apples and oranges, ladies and gentlemen. We look into the stats, and you would see NGX really favors First Herald, as is the other teams from APAC. We really love our Heralds. Meanwhile, Chinese teams, especially top-tier teams like KBG and Nova, they really love their dragons. And if you look at the dragon rate, the first dragon rate is 70% to 40% of NGX.
Yeah, the priority right here is very different. And as we talked about before this show actually came in, the stats that you get from the dragon is just so massive. That's why Nova really guns for their dragon every time, because they want to get that extra stat as much as they could, so that they would have bigger advantages when it comes to this long drag on fights in where they're super good at. So any amount of advantages is really enough for teams like the Chinese teams.
Indeed. We look into the head-to-head matchup here, Dash, and this is a treat for everyone, right? Like, we are going to witness the best junglers in the world right now going at it with each other. You look at the damage percentage here, like Jashi is responsible for 24% of the damage of NGX. Talk about carry junglers, right? Like, on the other side, Long kind of play some champions that won't really be able to do damage, such as the Nasus, Renekton. Like, he has experimented a lot in the jungle role, and I think that is the reason why, the damage percentage is just as a measly 19.69%.
Yeah.
But truth be told, like, if you look into this matchup, I really think that Long has just that, advantage. Yeah, because he's a world champion for a reason.
Yeah, there's world's experience right here for Long, so that's a lot, probably a year, all I can say, that of experience that we have for Long. So he is a lot more geared towards the members of NGX here. But here on the mid lane, Aaron has always been the new and upcoming person right here for the side of NGX, and Neon has been really consistent in the mid lane. But looking at the damage per minute, it's almost the same for both sides, but the KP of Aaron here is not to be trifled with. I don't really look at the KDAs anymore at this point, because most of the time APAC teams are on a disadvantage. But when it comes to the KP, look at that. They have a lot of kill participation, because that's how APAC goes. They go for a lot of kills.
Yeah, especially knowing Nigma Galaxy, right? Like, almost all their plays is being pioneered or spearheaded by their jungler. And of course, he needs help, and Aaron comes into play in that regard, right? Kill participation often gets skewed whenever solo kills happen, and although Aaron and Neon are very good side laners, they kind of want to play for the team as well. We go for the introduction here, Dash, so yeah, catwalk time.
That's really early, though. We're going for the catwalk, and we have a Rose. Wait!
Yeah. It has been like the...
You'd say going for the lover boy route.
I think they're celebrating something, because this has been the theme since yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, like yesterday they were all romantic.
And the million
is what I want to say.
I'm kind of looking into what the event is right now, because everybody's been...
I did try to. I tried. Trust me. We don't have info on Google.
I do want to know, is this another Valentine's Day that we don't know? I don't know. That's why they're picking up their roses here on everybody.
Yeah. Yesterday there were balloons, heart-shaped balloons as well. Yeah, it's all about spreading the love. And then you have someone with a Gragas cameo. Yummy.
That's not a barrel, man, but okay, sure.
I'm kind of amazed of myself being able to catch that one up. It's not because of the barrel though, it's because of the wave. And the Gragas does that wave.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I guess if it was a game of charades and I will be partnered with Yami, it doesn't matter if there's any language barrier. We will be able to make it through.
As long as it's a League of Legends reference, though, we'll definitely know that. I think. Wait, I think Draw needed a lot more sleep there. He's a bit tired, everybody. I hope it's gonna go good for NGX today.
He's definitely going to be the motor of this team, right? Like every single engage by Draw has been influential, be it positive or be it negative. So
yeah,
a lot really lies onto the engagers or the playmakers of NGX, because oftentimes, they go for picks and they go for kills. That's how they kind of want to win against the Chinese teams. They have recognized that Chinese teams does have superior macro, and so by surprising them by going for Twisted Fate and some other champions that is not really in the meta right now is definitely on the notebook of Enigma Galaxy.
That's what I like about NGX, right? They are really not held by the meta, and they know, they could understand that playing their game, playing the Chinese meta, is not going to be working very well for this team, because it's a Chinese meta. They know how to play with the Chinese meta. They have been playing with this since the WRL, so playing their game is not the best idea, but playing something different could surprise them, and that is what NGX has in their equipment.
We have a total of 70 plus champions, maybe 80 plus champions to work with, and if we actually try to funnel down or filter down all the champions that are favored in the meta right now, maybe we have a 20 plus 30 maybe champions that are often used in the meta. Yeah, that's the referee, Mr. Shako.
Yeah.
Yeah. The coach is there as well. Assistant coach TG, head coach Van soon not with the team. I guess he's backstage. But yeah, talking about Enigma Galaxy, the last time that we saw them, they were able to win against Naos Esports, which was the duel that we dubbed the Civil War, right? Like, because both Filipino teams both want to win, ending up with Enigma Galaxy dominating Naos Esports with superior macro early game, translating it into a very convincing win in the end as well.
Yeah, even losing 1-0 at first was a really great start for NGX2, because that actually shaken them up. And after getting shaken up, Game 2 and Game 3 went smoothly. And we saw the big difference right here when it comes to the junglers, and that's why Joshi plays a big role in this team, because he is a real big difference maker for NGX.
We're going to enter the 1v1 duel for Fight for Side selection. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be Joshi, the jungler from Enigma Galaxy, facing against Yami, the support from Nova Esports. So, if anything, I kind of like our chances here on the APAC side, because NGX does have someone that I know will showcase like the hell out of every mechanics possible on this champion. Lee Sin is definitely a champion that Joshi has mastered. Meanwhile, Yami, was that the Gragas that he picked? Okay.
They picked both of their favorite champions. This is fun. This is gonna be a fun game. Joshi and Yami fighting against each other. But most of the time, when it comes down to this fights, though, it's gonna be way easier for Yami to play around this, because of the fact that the body slam is easy to work against the resonating kick from the Lee Sin. So Joshi needs to play this really well, really catch him off guard in order for him to win here.
I'm not 100% sure as to what you build though, as the Lee Sin against the Gragas. Do you max Sonic Wave into the resonating strike? Because yesterday, yesterday there was a build on the Gragas in a 1v1 scenario where he went for the face rush, and believe me, it's so annoying to play against, right? One combo, one body slam, one normal attack, plus one barrel roll. Immediate movement speed spike, and the amount of times that you can do that in succession is just unreal, right? Like, we have shorter cooldowns here, including of course your rune choice, so that is definitely something to consider if you are Yami. But if Yami ever goes for the tanky route, then I think it will be a lot easier for the Lee Sin. I think this is one of those games that will reach the sudden death, in where your goal is to push over your opponent over the over the Ring of Fire, and both of them does actually possess abilities to do so.
Yeah, and also that's one of the bigger things that I really want to see. Honestly, I've seen a lot of those types of plays whenever you go face rush on a Gragas. It's way easier to play around it because you can just run away after just one trade. And I've seen this play a lot on stream on a player that everybody knows really well, the Boss MMS plays that way
really?
with Gragas. Yeah, when he had his Gragas time, he plays face rush Gragas, and he's just very annoying to play against.
I did not see what Keystone Yami did choose. Also,
Yeah, I want to see too.
Just she. Do you call it Keystone here in Wild Rift, or do you just call it Runes?
Yeah,
I think we just call it Rune, right? Like,
yeah.
he
He just goes. Yeah, we can see it right now. I think we're gonna see it once he actually pops it. So we're gonna be waiting for him to pop a face rush, maybe.
It is indeed something very noticeable, because especially on a Gragas. Like, imagine a fat man
running
being
really fast. He's running the marathon after getting face rush, man.
Yes, indeed. One of the...
Right now, what's great about this matchup, though, I love that they have recognized this advantage. For sure, he's not going. He did not went after shock here because that did not pop when he used body slam.
Yeah.
So, what? Yeah, there's a big chance it's a face rush, though.
Yeah, well, you actually have 3 options, right? Face rush, electrocute, and of course aftershock, right? Those 3 things. Other options, here and there. Is also possible, like grasp. What do you mean?
Fleet? Fleet footwork?
Oh no, I don't think so. Because fleet footwork is something that you would notice right away, right? Like, underneath a champion, there is something glowing.
Yeah, the yellow glow.
Drinker.
Oh, this is what I call, I don't know. He's using his items to his advantage.
Yeah.
This is nice to see. Using X Drinker already.
You know what? My question for you is, do you even upgrade it to Mo?
Actually, no. It's not really worth it.
Yeah.
It's not really worth it. Just get the Hex Drinker because the damage stats that the Mo has is really low compared to the other options that you have. And it's way better. I think the most OP AD item that you'll have is the Serrated Dirk, and that's a really important item, especially for this 1v1s.
Armor penetration items, especially in a 1v1 scenario and early game, right? Like, it really would allow you to do wonders. But hey, you look at the item here by Yami, and he kind of want to crystallize himself.
Yep.
Going for the crystalline reflector. Meanwhile, Just She is going for what I would say unorthodox, but this is actually how you want to build in this matchup, right? Like, just leave it at that in the Hex Drinker and then go for Black Lever.
Yeah. After you get the Black Lever, because it's a very tanky champion anyway, might as well just stack up the Black Levers to have that bigger advantage. Because what's great about the itemization of fighters in this game is that they have a way to really shred your armor. And this is one of those. Black Lever is a really good item that does give you a lot of stats that is really workable.
We're going to wait and see as to if, this champions will now go all in, because now they have access to the ultimates. Just
Electrocute.
Yeah.
Actually use Electrocute. And now wait, Just She just went for Dragon's Rage with the flash.
Ignite?
One more Sonic Wave doesn't even need it though. What a play.
Yeah. That's definitely going to be the all-in angle, right? Where they're both waiting for their level 5 ultimates to be available. And the kill threat will definitely be there. Just She's definitely now has a tower here. He could actually sneak away with some tower plates. Yep, there you go. The classic recall by but also getting the tower plate. That's actually huge here in this 1v1, because this is the gold on crack. Every minion counts 80 gold, and I think 300 gold for every plate.
Yep. That's really big though, especially for Just She winning that 1v1, because he knew that the explosive cast was already used. That's a really big angle to work with. And this is what's annoying about Lee Sin. Early game Lee Sin, as long as you don't have items even in a 1v1, he's going to be really dealing such damage, and we're seeing it right now in action. What a cancel.
That is an interaction that I know is really favorite by all the Gragas mains, right? Body slam to cancel out the damage of the resonating strike from the skill 1 of Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But it's not really that reliable though, because you kind of have to have insane mechanics and reaction time in order for you to be able to do so. Just She will be canceling out the recall here by Yami so that he cannot buy whatever he wants to buy. And Just She's just here farming. Maybe once the second item completed before going back, so that will be the final nail in the coffin of Yami.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his timings here, especially that Yami didn't really build for the plated steel caps on this 1v1. I was expecting him to actually build a Bramble Bast rather than building the Oblivion Orb, because it is gonna be way better, especially against this 1v1. But now Yami is gonna be forced to actually push the lane in order for him to recall and get some items himself, because right now Maw has been built already by Just She.
I will allow it, right? Like going for Maw this time around because he has the luxury to do so. He's so ahead. Like,
yep.
That's already 1,000 gold ahead. Executioner's Calling just
Twilight?
to negate some. Yeah, I think this. Okay, Yami is trying to make do with two things at the same time, right? Defense and offense. We all know that Riley does have some HP component onto it. And then Crystalline Reflector, of course, is the HP. So Yami kind of wants to survive while also being a threat.
Yeah. This is really hard, though. I don't really think this is one of the best builds that you could have for against a Lee Sin, especially. Riley's Crystal Scepter. I'd rather have him go for more cooldown reductions, because that's going to be helpful. But wait! What did I just say? The Dragon's Rage comes in and he actually got killed. I actually was right.
Yeah. But what insane mechanics from Yami. Yami may have lost
scary.
that battle, but that was a very flash explosive cast, right? Pushing over Just She to the tower. Luckily for a Lee Sin, you have a way to counter that easily by just casting your ultimate as well.
Yeah.
But that is the win for Enigma Galaxy. So game number 1 and game number 3, they will be the one deciding as to what side they will be starting. But the question is, right, like with how strong, okay, well, we have to admit, we have to also put that out on notice that Nova Esports is definitely the favored team in this matchup. If ever Enigma Galaxy ever wins one game, do not be surprised if the APAC casters like myself and Dash celebrate preemptively or prematurely, because that is definitely going to be one of that's definitely going to be an upset, right? Like we have to really enter this game with the notion that this is not an even matchup. This is definitely a David versus Goliath matchup, and that Nova Esports, if they do not experiment, do not limit test, and they rely on Long's superior mechanics in the jungle, expectation says that they will win.
Yeah, there's a big chance that they're going to be winning this. It's going to be a chance for NGX to prove themselves. If they want to redeem themselves for the past losses against Chinese teams, this is the time that they're going to be doing that. Even if they win one, that's going to be enough. Because they have been building a lot of this timings, a lot of this power from the last times that they have lost against a lot of these Chinese teams. They've won against Naos during their last time, but this time, if ever they get a win, maybe getting an upset here, that's a big one for the history books, and that's what I want to see here for NGX.
The closest was Team Flash back in Icons Global, right?
Yeah.
That was the most iconic play in where we saw Long's Echo happen. That was that game, right? And APAC as a region was so close in at least handing a loss to this so good team. And if you look into the record of Nova Esports, they are currently on a 6 series win streak. Having defeated so many good teams as well, right? They have defeated J Team, which is a very good team. They have defeated JDG, another formidable team, FPX, another Chinese team, and Rare Atom, and so on and so forth. But you get what I mean, right, Dash? That Nova is on a tear recently and is going to bank on that momentum to really extend their win streak. Meanwhile, NGX wants to be the streak busters and kind of wants to end it tonight.
Are they going to be able to? That's what I want to see. Right now, we're seeing a lot of bans that is normal for APAC teams, and we're seeing Nova getting those bans out. The Jace and the Akali has always been priority picks by a lot of the APAC teams, especially for NGX. So the bans are right there. NGX are thinking, should they ban the Zoe for remake, or should they just go with the Senna, which is the way safer pick? And now, as you said, Yone is available. Nova could just pick that up. Yeah, there you go.
That's an auto pick.
No hesitation.
This is a champion that will definitely go too long because he has shown that he can carry multiple games even from behind in this champion. Like, I have witnessed so many games here in WRLA, and to be honest, like, if there is like one champion that can really carry from the jungle, it is this champion. Never mind the Aatrox. Aatrox is also going to be a god come later stages in the game. But Yone's impact, especially during the 5v5 skirmishes or objective fights, that is when he is really scary.
Now this is going to be a really big difference maker here. Are they going to be able to actually make that work? Is the reason why they banned the Sennas because they want the Zoe to get picked by Nova Esports, and this Varus is just their pick to go against it? With what I'm seeing from Nova Esports, they're challenging NGX. Yeah, sure. Pick up the counter against the Zoe. We'll pick it for remake, but we're gonna be making it work.
Nova is also paying respect towards NGX by drafting Garen, right? Like, no monkey business this time around. We are going to handle this or go into this game without any handicap whatsoever. We are going to pay respect towards our opponent. NGX will be locking the champion that I think Hyde is most comfortable on, and that is the Renekton. Now, I just wanted to touch base onto one critical thing here before we head into the second rotation of bans here. Dash, this is the Varus by Enigma Galaxy, and we all know that during the SEA Games, Demon Kite's Varus was the AP build, right? Like Trinity Force, Riftmaker, and all that. We have shared our opinions that in WRLA, it's not really going to be very effective because here you kind of have to maximize your damage as early as possible. But do you think that this will be a Trinity Force build, or do you think this will be the standard lethality build?
Honestly, I would rather have them go for the standard lethality build, because going for the Triforce in this composition is not really going to work, because you won't really have a big chance to actually attack, which is why I would rather have them just pick up the Yomi's Blade to the edge of night, because that would be really helpful against the Zoe. Because if this was a Ziggs, that would be good. But if it's not, it's a Zoe. It's such a long range champion. It's gonna be really hard. But would NGX actually pick up this Rengar for just she? With fighting against the Yone, I would really want. Yeah, they would.
This is something that they prepared for sure.
1%
right?
pick.
And a 50% win rate at that. Now, this Rengar will only be effective if you are ahead. We have to remember that the Rengar's passive is Bone Tooth Necklace. Right? So the amount of damage that he can do early game, mid game, or all throughout the game is dependent on trophies. What we mean by that is the unique takedowns that he has to do. He has to make first thresh. I mean, Yami picks the Blitzcrank, so why not the Thresh?
This is what I like now. I've seen Yami pick that up during the last time that they actually played on the side of Nova Esports, so this is something that they really want to use for themselves. And picking up a Vex, though. They're going to be putting that on the mid lane? Wait a second. Wait a minute. Hyde is going to be using that Vex.
No, I don't think so.
No, Aaron.
It should definitely go to Aaron, but...
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so definitely this is something different, and this is Nigma Galaxy's way, right? Like they are going to prepare something different for every matchup possible, and that I think is the luxury of having multiple days off heading into a particular matchup. They have recognized that drafting a marksman is not going to do the trick. And I know that you are more well versed with Vex as a champion, but do you think it is actually a good counter to the Yone? Because that is one of the reasons why I think it got picked.
Honestly, any way of going CC could really be a good counter against the Yone. A fear is one of those. And it's really easy to pull off. That's why they picked up the Vex there in the mid lane. And also because if you're fighting against a Garen anyway, might as well pick a champion that would really be safe in the mid lane against a Garen.
Sure.
Because the range advantage of this Vex is good. It's not as impactful as what a Garen could do. But in this composition, I believe it will work.
Okay, so this is going to be the 5-man dive. And that is me. Can't wait for Just G versus Long matchup. Both Lee Sin Masters and both very good junglers. I'm here. It's a multiverse.
Oh! Getting that first hook, and now that's gonna be the flash burn from Just G, and now Draw is gonna be flashing away too. Ignite has been popped. It's a good thing nobody died to the side of NGX, but Nova is able to make work of it.
That's a lot of summoners that was burnt by NGX. Yeah, they were not able to kill one person, but they have sent the message. You look at Yami here, might go for another hook.
Oh, another hook was able to hit. It's a good thing Demon Kite actually went there. What's good about this is because Hive was able to get a bit of an advantage in the top side of the map just because of that one push that they got in the bottom side. But also, one of the things that I want to say is that Yami might be inspired by MSI happening recently. Blitzcrank has been picked there a lot. That's why he actually went for this Blitzcrank.
This is actually the third time that he picked that champion. You'd say less than 10% HP. So is high, so they're just going to recall soon and fast. And they have to, right? Like, because the supports are on their way. You look at Yami, he's on the way top side. He's not going to catch Hyde, so good senses and good decision making by Hyde. But that's already, yes, that you would see it by now. Like, this is already the third time that he picks the Blitzcrank. And if I remember correctly, like every time he picks Blitzcrank, I'm the caster. So there's something with it.
That's why you remember every time.
Yeah. So the first game that he played the Blitzcrank, he was the most annoying Blitzcrank to the junglers, right? He's going to pull the red cams, the blue cams, just to make sure that the patients will go on, or will go out, and the resets will happen. And then the second game that he played the Blitzcrank, they did that exact same invade, 5-man invade, in the mid lane. So yeah, at least in this game, NGX should have prepared for it to happen. And no one died in the process, so that I think is actually a good thing. When playing against a Blitzcrank, as long as you scale well into the late game, Blitzcrank's relevance basically gets lower and lower as the game progresses.
Yeah, that's what I like about picking up the Blitzcrank. It's a 50-50 champion. You don't really actually win a lot if you don't hit the hook. So whenever you don't hit the hook, that's a big punishment from the other team, which is why it's a really great champion to see on this fight. But now, what NGX wants to do is really control Long as fast as they could. Good maybe going for the hook, but it's not really going to translate into anything. Because as we know, Vex really doesn't do a lot of damage until the late game.
Yeah, hook might happen here. Oh no.
Yeah, Sleepy Trouble Bubble. They have the Chain of Corruption. One more piercing arrow could end it, and they will be able to take down a remake. Almost gets killed. That was too close for comfort.
It was still a 1-for-1 though. Now Draw is rushing his way towards the ball. Yeah. Zoe too fast. Shadow Surge!
Wait a second.
Boom!
He actually hit it. Aaron.
Execute.
Personal space. Oh, he actually made it work. That's why Long is going to go in. Would be going for the damage, but it's still a 2-for-2 in the end.
I got excited there for a second because that was so sick. That was definitely a blind Shadow Surge coming from Aaron that he was able to hit. And I think that could have been better had it been that he just went for the execute, not really gifting the kill to Long. But that is hindsight 2020. We look into this play by Remake and Yami, and that is just easy, very easy hook. But one thing I like to commend, Demon Kite did his best to really outplay that one by going for the Chains of Corruption. And this is definitely a blind Shadow Surge. Like, dude
Ow.
is crazy today.
Yeah, Aaron playing well today. I really like this luck from NGX right now. And this is what you want to do. Just catch them off guard every step of the way, and you might be able to get a win or two against a team like Nova Esports.
This is the scarier part though. Like this is Goku waiting for in the hibernation chamber. Yeah, like every single time I see the long experience in the jungle, especially in a carry champion, things should really be looking up for Nova.
Yeah, things could really change here for the side of NGX. But one problem that I do have is that it's really hard to play around our Rengar, especially on this type of objectives that we have. I do hope that they get one, but no, they actually got one. Yami was able to get one hook again because of that ward, but it's not enough. The damage is not there yet. Nova Esports still looking for one.
No.
Yami, really confident in what he can do here. One
dead.
more paddle star could be the end of draw. That's gonna be it. Another kill to their side.
Yeah, Nova level 5 to level 6 by the way. But this is kind of expected, right? NGX really loves their first herald.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
no.
Aaron. Oh no, this is definitely going to be problematic now.
Yeah. As we said, this is going to be a problem for them. Especially that NGX doesn't really have a lot of that firepower in the early game because they do have the effects on their side.
Yeah.
Which is why it's going to be hard for Aaron to actually do anything against Neon. But what they can do is this. They can take down the tower top side, have the Cyclone coming in from Yitse, but it's not going to be doing anything much. Remake is going to be here. They have some damage, though. One paddle star could be the end of Hyde, but it's a good thing he was able to flash away.
Long is here for a possible engage. Okay, hook misses against drop. But Demon Kite. Oh no.
Wait a second.
Demon
Long
Kite
actually goes in. Demon Kite almost gets killed there.
Just wanted to point out as well that I looked into the build path of Demon Kite. He went for Muramana into a possible Rift Maker. So, yeah, the option to go for Edge of Night, second item, is definitely out of the picture right now, which I think is one of the things that NGX has to be worried about.
Yeah, they won't really have a lot of power here. Just she, not going to be successful with that gank. But what I don't really like about picking that up for the side of NGX is that they won't really have a lot of weight clear. Yes, they have the Vex, but they do hope it's going to be enough. So if Trouble Bubble is able to hit, it's a good thing that Long actually just soul unbounded away. Now just she, now in the jungle, a very big disadvantage if they have the Infernal Rift here. Doesn't have a lot of brushes to work with. Now Long is going to go in, have the damage, and they have the Demolition Justice again. They do have the timing. Neon, Shadow Surge goes in. Aaron was able to get one kill, and now they're going to follow through. Sleepy Trouble Bubble again. One paddle star could be the end of Aaron, but Aaron not going to be able to follow through.
A 4v5 that turned out into a 1-for-1 still is a positive trade for Nova Esports. And again, my worry has always been how will this Varus work against the pick composition from Nova, right? Like, the main reason why Edge of Night has been like a meta item for a Varus is because he doesn't really have the best mobility in the game. And with just one Sleepy Trouble Bubble, it was a very easy execute coming from Neon. The good thing was that Aaron was surprisingly, being able to do a decent amount of damage. Oh yeah,
Wait a second.
He's human. He's not a robot.
Yeah. Actually, he makes a mistake sometimes, and that's okay. Nova Esports, but again, that was scary. What he was planning there was kind of scary. I don't know how that would work, but here on the side of NGX, what they can do is just to hold on. As long as they had the middle lane tower, they could still have some advantages here. What's really unfortunate here, as I said, is the brushes. Just she doesn't really have a lot of way to go around, but here comes Remake, gonna be taken down. Oh, Yami is able to run away. Stasis is gonna be popped, but 5 people are here on top of him. He's going to be decimated.
I haven't kept track as to how many trophies Just She currently has right now. All I know is that there are 4 kills and
to fight on this picks that they've been doing onto the side of NGX, and that's what NGX wants. Fight them when they're weak, when they're 4v5, then we can fight. Right now, the problem that they have is how are they going to be going for the side lanes? Because these side laners are very strong. Remember, it's a Garen and a Wukong. With the champions that they have, it's not going to be easy.
That I think is where Redgar comes into play, right? One of the best Shadow Eye champions, right? One of the best junglers that can really help your side laners and surprise your opponent. Now, you look into the build path here by Just Chi. He's on the bruiser side, so kind of wants to be that pseudo tank as well.
Yeah, kind of like that. Rift Herald is going to be tried here onto the top side of the map. They have another Sleepy Trouble Bubble to the hook, and the Hyde is going to be dead. Nova Esports still is looking for another kill. The Shadow Surge wasn't able to hit. And now that's going to be a good start for the side of Nova Esports. A lot of the skill missed, so they are looking for another kill. Draw is going to be their target. Dredgeline wasn't able to hit, and now with the Demolition Justice to the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, one more Paddle Star could be the end of it. They're not going to get anything more except for another Paddle Star in the face. And Nova Esports is looking to push the mid lane.
Yami?
Nova, was able to get one again. Yami with the hooks. Crazy hooks from Yami.
It's really hard to play against a team that has recognized the strength of the Rengar, right? Like, Remake is definitely the target of Joshi every single time you see him, overextend. They want the Nautilus to engage on the Zoe and then followed up by the Thrill of the Hunt Rengar. But you look into that team fight and you might have noticed how hard it really is to execute. Right now, NGX is kind of being pressed against the wall. But there is a Mountain Dragon up for contention here. We talked about Nova Esports and their love for dragons for obvious reasons, of course.
And it's a Mountain Drake. It's going to be hard for NGX to actually contest this. They need Nova Esports to go in for it. No more Thrill of the Hunt for Just Chi means that it's going to be hard for them to go in at this point. So Nova really is looking for any big plays with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from long range. Now that Long has a red buff and is looking for another knockoff for their side, they can actually take this. Joshi is really far away. Are they going to be giving this to them? They're going to be forcing them to run away with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. They have another skill coming out. Will they be able to make it? The backline has been breached with Long again taking kills on Hyde. And that's going to be NGX 2 down. And the backline has been breached. Demon Kai is going to be the next one target for Nova Esports. Aaron is going to be next. They don't have any way of mitigating this damage. Long can still go in. Yami's going to go for another hook. And that's going to be the damage from Nova Esports. And then NGX are at the loss on this fight.
100%. Like, they don't have enough damage, and even if they do, it's single target. They cannot even threaten a kill against the beefy members, against the Garen, against the Wukong. And really, if you look into the draft of Nova Esports, it's just so easy to execute. Yami is just landing hooks after hooks as well. This is the replay, the Mountain Dragon being secured by Long. But, this game is not about Long. It's all about 4 other members of Nova, because every single time that NGX tries to make a play, Nova Esports, the 4 members will be there to counterattack. And you see Nian, that's been like the 3rd time that we've seen him cast his ultimate without a problem. And I think really that, Garen is one of those champions that you kind of have to prioritize to make things easier for you and your squad.
Yeah, and that's the problem with what they have in the NGX, though. What they have is not a lot of damage to work with. Yes, you do have the Varus, but when I saw that they went for the bruiser side for Just Chi here, it's going to be real hard. Because Remake is not going to be looking at the Rengar as a threat. Because when he jumps into Remake, you know that he's not going to be bursted down. That's why Remake is really confident in just hitting those kills. So now, what are they going to do? It's really hard too because it's the Infernal Rift. There's not a lot of brushes that Just Chi can jump on. That's why it's really unfortunate for NGX picking up this Rengar.
That's just salt to the wound, right? Like, now Just Chi goes for another Thrill of the Hunt. And this is just a sad story to behold, right? Like, the Thrill of the Hunt for a Rengar that is behind is basically just a vision tool. For you and your squad.
They're actually using it as that because they saw that they're gonna go to the top side. Hyde needs to run away, force the flash. Now with Nova forcing another flash, they can really threaten any objective that they want. They can go for the... Oh, wait. Yami was able to get another hook. Easy kill again.
So easy to play Blitzcrank when ahead, right? Like, this is the... How should I call this? This is the most fun that you can get whenever you play Blitzcrank. It's not fun to play from behind, but when you are this ahead, like, you can come from different angles. You can just invest your flash when needed. By the way, Nova is already eating the Baron. A two-man Baron currently being done by Long and Ian.
Yeah, and it's gonna be an easy take. Draw is gonna be the next kill for their side. Yami just gonna be canceling that dredge line. Gonna use the stasis, but it's not gonna be really helpful at this point. I think right now, even the sheer presence of a Blitzcrank is a big threat for NGX, and they can't even get close.
Yeah, and this is going to be the third time that Yami plays the champion, wins with the champion. Is this going to show up come playoff time?
I hope
I'm kind
so.
of interested to
I hope
see
so.
that. Yeah. Because this will only be possible if you are able to garner a huge amount of lead. Two, if you are so well coordinated with your teammates that whatever hook you do, they can follow up. And three, if you have the insurance of a very good player in the jungle that can carry you come late game, and that is Long. So 3-for-3 for Blitzcrank player Yami.
Yeah. Yami has been playing so well. He's using the presence and even the hooks that he has. Like right now, he was able to get another hook to another Fate Seal. That's going to be the knock up onto their side. But they might be able to turn things around with a Chain of Corruption, holding them down. Yitze was taken down, and Long is going to be there. Yami is going to be the next target right here from NGX. This is going to be the turnaround that they're looking for. And Nova Remake flashing in. Too overconfident, but because that Bola Strike wasn't able to hit, he was able to get another one onto their side. Demon Kite's trying to get the kill on Yitze. They don't have enough damage. Demon Kite might fall down here. And this is going to be the chance with the Sleep in Trouble Bubble. Another Paddle Star wasn't able to hit, and Aaron.
Ooh!
The Much Injustice was cancelled, and now Draw is also going to get taken down. Doesn't even matter if they have the stasis. Now they want to take down the middle lane turret. With the Baron on their side, it's really possible. With Remake getting that Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Ignite on his head, Aaron's going to fall down, and Yitze wants to end this with the Baron buff on their side. That's going to be the one that they're going to be ending with, and Nova Esports takes the game 1 against NGX.
16 minutes. Pure dominance coming from the Icons Global Champions, and they are still the world champions. We looked at their squad pre-show. We did say that this is going to be an uphill battle for the APAC squad, and for obvious reasons, right? Like, they have to really showcase something else or something different in order for their lineup to work. You know what? I think, at that point, maybe Twisted Fate could have been better, because we know the Twisted Fate plus Rengar combo, right? Like, it will still lack damage, won't it? Right? Like,
yeah. And one of the problems there, though, is that from what we've seen there from the side of Nova Esports, they didn't even mind what picks NGX are going for. Yes, they're gonna go Varus Nautilus. It's okay. We're gonna be picking Zoe. We don't really mind if you pick the direct counter to the Zoe, and that is one of the problems there. Even if NGX has a lot of cards up their sleeve, if they can't really surprise them enough, like what they did with the Vex in the mid lane, it's not gonna be that big of a difference. And one thing that I don't really like when you're picking a Vex is that the Vex doesn't really have a lot of success stories, even in the WRL. But what Vex has is a lot of CC. But Long wasn't the star player of this game.
No.
And that is what Aaron was geared towards against. And he wasn't even able to perform well.
They planned against Long, and then lo and behold, the 4 other members of Nova Esports, the champion squad, showed up. Like Yitze and Ian. How do you kill a Garen? How do you kill a Wukong that has a decoy? That, I think, is the reason why Just Chi went for the Bruiser build at the anti-tank build, which does make a lot of sense. But again, in order for you to be able to really capitalize on a Rengar pickup, you have to really win early, win hard early. Because the only time that you will be able to roam is by locking down or knocking down the towers, the first tier towers, right? If the first towers, especially in the mid lane, is still standing strong 10 minutes in, 15 minutes in, you won't have the same playground, or you won't have the same avenue to really make plays for your team and for your squad. Still, nice try. Okay, so I'm trying to enter into this game with a notion that I will be analyzing everything half glass full, and I do understand that NGX did not really showcase their best today, especially against Nova Esports game number 1. But still, it's a good try, right? Like, they have showcased something different. They are not afraid to do something that would surprise their opponent. It did not work, so come game number 2, I guarantee you they have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, I do like the change that they did there. The Vex in the mid lane was a really big surprise for us here, and even the Rengar pick for NGX, and that's one of the tools that you can use against them. But this tools doesn't work. You know, if tools doesn't work, you need to repair them or maybe even replace them. So they can do that on game 2. They still have a chance to actually come back from this. But remember, the team that they're fighting against is Nova Esports, and that is one thing that you always need to respect. Even Nova Esports played around, and with Yami, I was about to say, Yami could get the MVP here because he's the reason why it was hard, even for Jessie to even move around.
Yeah, also getting that kill against Draw, right? The first few minutes, level 6 to level 5, got the hook. Saw Draw recalling at a very dangerous spot. Very well-deserved MVP. Is there going to be a Blitzcrank come game number 2? I hope for a Thresh pick to happen, right? Like, that's a champion that I haven't seen be available in or be picked by a lot of teams that we do have here. And I kind of, I'm hopeful that it will show up once in a while, because if Blitzcrank can work, so does the Thresh, right?
Yeah, for quite a while, even a Pike. I also want to see a Pike getting picked here, because those are the types of champions that if you want to snowball, you can make work of them really easily, and this is gonna be the chance for them to actually do it. But again, everybody, this is gonna be just the first game. We still have game 2 in our midst. I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen on game 2. But again, everybody, it's still gonna be a chance for NGX to come back. But before we go into game 2, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break. We're having your casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with all the Lucy. You guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 2. A chance for a comeback for NGX and also a chance to close the series for Nova Esports. So this is a great series. I do hope to see another out of the left field pick from NGX, and I hope it actually works right now on this next game, Optimus.
Yeah, definitely still is a David versus Goliath matchup. It's not going to surprise me if it will end up a 2-0. And again, as we did say, you know, Nova Esports is also on a tear recently. They're on form, like 6 series win streak, also by winning, you know, against better teams. NGX really came into this with the mindset that they have to go for cheese strategies, right? Like,
yeah.
But now they also have to have something else, maybe ham, so that it's a ham and cheese strategy.
Yeah. I do hope that the ham and cheese strategy actually worked. Put some buns in and that's a perfect meal for your breakfast. So now, here for NGX and Nova, what they can do though, as you said, they can really work differently on this next game, because if they play their game, it's going to be really hard. Make Just G play a champion that he can really work around. I think the Lee Sin that he used a while ago could really work well. If they use the Lee Sin, don't play around the Lee Sin, pick another champion that could surprise them. But as long as they have the Lee Sin, I think the Lee Sin would be a good investment for NGX.
That's one thing that I thought that would be strongly considered by both this gentlemen, but you know, Nova Esports being on the blue side with Yone being left open, that is like 100% going to be a Yone, because
it's like giving them their Christmas gift. Here's your Christmas gift, and here's the Yone. And that's why they just picked that up easily. Now, even the Senna gets banned by NGX. They don't have any business picking up the Senna and the Varus. So that's a big opportunity for an Aatrox for NGX to get picked, unless they'll advance it. There you go. Chance ball.
Isn't Lee Sin really a good matchup to an Aatrox? I don't know. Maybe I'm dreaming.
Honestly, the best matchup against an Aatrox is a Yone. That's the problem here. That too. Yeah, and there you go. There's the Yone getting picked by Nova Esports, and they've just been given their favorite champion again.
Okay. Is this a Yumi Aatrox angle? Like going for the Galio? Well, Shen is not available. That is like the way to make the unkillable demon Aatrox work, right? Like,
yeah.
I think they will play standard.
Yeah, they're gonna be playing the Gragas. Just need a bit of CC to just stop. What the problem here is for NGX right now, from what I'm seeing, they're always gearing their draft towards long, and they keep forgetting the fact that everybody on the side of Novo are really good. Even Remake, even Yitze, Neon played really well during the last game, but this is a lot of CC going for MGX, and this is what you need whenever you're playing an Aatrox.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. The Lulu plus Marksman strategy being brought out here once again by NGX, because we remember that the last time that they did it against KT.RY, they prioritized the Gragas in making the opponents think that it will be a support Gragas, right? This is still a possibility, right? And I think that is the reason why they tried to ban away the Varus, just because the Varus is kind of a given, right? In a marksman versus marksman matchup, they wanted Remake to go for the Zoe. Oh, Nova is banning the marksman now.
Ooh, that's a good start here for Nova Esports though, because what they can ban though on NGX is the supports. They can ban the Nautilus, they can ban the Galio. But one thing that I'm afraid of is that Yami and Analistar, that's also really scary though. Yami and Analistar, especially in this composition in where the Pulverize is going to be really strong, that's also something to be afraid of.
Yeah, Yami on the Blitzcrank as well, right? Like, those two champions. And also, like, we all know, okay, Alistar is actually a favorable matchup to a Janna. I just know that, right? Like the main reason that the Alistar's relevance. Yeah. They kind of have to, right? They kind of have to respect. Okay. Do not be surprised if this is going to be a Janna angle, because Janna really hard counters an Alistar. Never mind.
Please pick it. Please pick it, Nova Esports. I want to see a Thresh or a Pike getting picked in this matchup, because it's been a while, but they're gonna go standard. They're gonna go Galio.
The Galio is like the best possible thing that you can ask for, because if they ever go for a marksman here for Demon Guide, they're not really going to play for side lanes.
Yeah.
There you go. Yumi. What else? Vayne? Yumi,
Kaisa?
Vayne, Yumi, Kaisa.
Zeri could be a good angle too.
Yumi,
for NGX,
Yumi.
whatever.
Lucian,
Okay. That's a good start. That's a good way to start for this team, though. Because even if they have the Gragas going on top lane, even the mid lane, it's also going to be okay, because at least they have someone to actually do CC on their side. But Nova Esports does have a lot of damage, which is something that is going to be really scary here. But what I like about this, though, is that this Lucian that they can use in the bot lane is going to be a real scary champion that they need to respect on the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah. And I think, this is going... I think the Gragas is really going to the weak side, right? Like, that I think is what is going to happen. Wait.
Okay.
So Lucian will go to Aaron. Because they kind of want to control the Yumi, or they kind of want to have the Corki into the Lucian matchup.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the reason why they went for the Lucian rather than, a bigger hyper carry marksman. But this is still, the same thing, the same idea that they kind of want to have a marksman carrying the show for them, while also being able to have that luxury of just Chi popping off. And we all know that Yumi plus Aatrox late game is definitely so hard to stop.
Yeah.
However, there is a Yone on the other side. That is what really scares me.
And
this situation.
And honestly, that knowledge has already been passed through a lot of times, especially in League of Legends PC, that the Yone hard counters the Aatrox. But here in this game, it's gonna be quite different. But it's almost the same thing that I'm really scared of. Wait, that's me. Here you go. I really do want to see. Yeah. That's me again.
What did you say?
You said the junglers last game, right? Now I said the supports. Yami against
Yami versus Draw, right? Okay. All right, weak side. Aaron though. Oh, going against two people. Okay, so this is like I will help you push, and then I will immediately rotate back to my lane. And now you look at the laning by Nova Esports. They have immediately shattered Hyde's health bars, and now he's being forced to back away. Plus, you look at the wave state right now, it's actually pushing towards Nova. So this is so bad off a start for NGX.
82.5%. That's really high.
That's
really high.
Okay, You know what I'm about to say, right? Like, do you know what I'm about to say?
What are you about to say?
It's like me.
No.
I tell you, it's like me.
I thought you were about to say it's like our good friend that we play with every time.
It's me. Whenever I'm on fire, I hit those hooks. Like, my hooks are smooth like butter.
As they say, it's overpowered. Overpowered.
Oh no, a dive. Level 1?
Dive on a level 1 Wukong. It's going to be easy for them, but they are going to be forced to flash away Yami. Dealt a lot of damage. Remake is going to be low. And Long was able to take one hit. Aaron's going to be here to flash in. That's going to be the punishment from NGX. And Yami's going to be the next on the chopping block. He's going to be killed, and Remake is going to be next. He's popping, and he's dead. 3-0 for NGX.
Yeah. What a turnaround! A level 1 Wukong being able to turn things around for NGX because Just Chi and Aaron was able to read the play before it even happened. And so now NGX was able to not just get 3 kills, they're also being rewarded some tower plates, plus some recovery for the very sad Wukong start that we have seen here. You look at this dive, this is a 3-man dive And immediately, just she being there means that Draw can attach to the Aatrox and not the other way around. Flashing in is Aaron, and this is the best decision making possible that you can ask for from Aaron. Aaron did not step into the bush, but rather targeted the Zoe, resulting into a triple kill. And this is definitely the best start that you can ask for.
Great target acquisition for this team, and getting that early game advantage, especially for NGX, was really important. So now with this, they want to snowball the early game into their favor, and that is what's happening right now. Getting a 3-0 is going to be important, and now look at how confident Jesse has been because of that. But pull is going to happen. Remake is going to be hit. He has no flash, and that's going to be another kill to the side of NGX.
This is just she that we are talking about. You give him some sort of a lead, and he will just expand it over and over again on an Aatrox. Stealing counts from long.
0-0-4. A lot of kill participation right here at the loose. And now with Nova Esports on the back pedal, this is not what they wanted to happen. This is not the advantage that they want to get because of that one punishment. Just is going to go crazy this game.
And now you look at Draw, he's going to attach like a baby to Just She, and for good reason. Hyde has to be careful. Okay, good respect, good vision control top side. You could have you could already see that NGX is really planning to own the top side of the map. And if ever they break this tower without having the need to use the Rift Herald, then that is definitely going to just multiply the lead of NGX, because we all know that APAC really loves the Rift Heralds, right? So it is expected that NGX will go for that objective. Imagine, being able to destroy 2 towers at 6 minutes. That is definitely going to be the dream for Enigma Galaxy.
And the only thing that I can see here for Nova Esports is that they have been experiencing this a lot. Whenever they're on the back pedal, whenever they're losing, they know how to really play around it and get the advantage back later on. But NGX, this is one of the specials of APAC too. Once they get a snowball, they hold on to it, they latch onto it, and they're not going to hold back, and they're not going to give this to Nova Esports.
I mean, the biggest thing that Nova can do right now is to kill Aaron. Aaron has like a 3-0-0 with a good shutdown gold on top of his head. By the way, Demon Kite is the one playing the Gragas. Is trying to delay the backs here of Remake. And that is definitely going to be very beneficial, because 10 seconds in, we'll have our first objective.
As you said, this is going to be one of the problems, but the Fate Seal wasn't able to hit, and now they're going to go in, jumping towards Aaron, and now the sword is in his face, and he fell down.
Yeah, that's how you slow things down.
Get some kills. Valkyrie gonna happen again. Neon too far forward. He was able to run away because there's exhaust coming in. Now Nova Esports now is on track, and that's exactly what they want to do. Just She is gonna be trying to go for the steal here. They're gonna go in with a hero's entrance. They're not gonna be able to steal it, and Just She was able to run away.
What a proactive play by Yami, right? Casting the hero's entrance preemptively, just to make sure to get that knock-up threat on towards Just She, and to also protect his jungler. Now they are able to secure one of the dragons. Just She, the pressure is on NGX now to secure this Rift Herald, because if not, then that will be 2 for 2 objectives. And you look at the positioning of Nova right now, they are still in the position to contest.
Yeah. They can go for a contest here. They still have an ultimate to work with. No more Fate Seal from long. So this is going to be bad for them. They need another knockup to actually come out. The Soul Unbound is going to be there. That's going to be the try to steal, and they're not going to be able to take it in the end. And NGX is going to be running away. They're now going to be forced by Nova Esports to actually run away. That's going to be another flash coming in. Draw was cancelled, and Nova was able to take one.
Yeah, Yami started that fight with a 3-man taunt, and now Hyde. I don't know if he has decoy available. We all know it's hard to dive a Wukong. Never mind. It's hard to dive a Wukong, but defenseless Wukong against 4 people, it's definitely going to be a lot easier, huh? But anyway, Nova was able to weather the storm, was able to do everything that they need to do. One kill. They got the first tower, and plus full tower plates top side. The good thing is that NGX is actually getting some tower plates here on the bot lane as well.
Yeah.
And Just She is kind of still on a tear, right? Yeah, he hasn't suffered a death. And we all know that Aatrox is going to be one of the win conditions here by NGX. You look at this taunt, like the 3-man taunt coming from Yami. And the good part here is that Just She was still able to secure the Red Herald. And the final touches here was one of the things that you kind of doesn't want to happen to you if you're the Yumi. Whenever you get cancelled, that's an immediate assassination to the cat.
That's a problem with this though. With NG, what I said a while ago, Nova Esports is really good. Whenever this happens, whenever they give the ball to the other side, they know how to take it back. And now NGX, what are they gonna do? They lost their 3k advantage from that first 4 kills that they had. And now they even lost a tower in the top side, so this is still gonna be hard for them.
And now Hyde is being bullied. He was also targeted by Nova by sending 2 people topside. Was able to recover off of a very good play by NGX, but you could still feel the aftermath of the pressure coming from Nova Esports. Now he has a 2-level disadvantage to the Garen.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big sell for me if ever Nova would be able to get this back, because they really know how to play around with this advantage that they get. Aaron trying to deal some damage, pushing the bullets onto Yami. But they're still not going to be able to really do anything much except to do some damage and force them away. And Nova respects that because they don't have vision on that side.
True. Now just she is going for this strike push.
Wait, Ian. Gonna be holded down, and that's gonna be a kill. Hero's Entrance gonna be here. Just she's gonna get knocked off, but there's no follow-up onto their side. They still have a lot of spell bump onto them, and that is gonna be another kill to Justshi, or rather to Aaron. That's a good one for NGX.
That's already 5 kills for Aaron, right? Your late game insurance is doing it. Again, proactive plays coming from Enigma Galaxy. But if you look at the map, Nova is actually making work as well, mid lane and top lane. Like Yidse was doing some pressure on the top side. Meanwhile, on the mid lane as well, you would see Remake, bashing the towers as well. And I looked into the plates that was secured by NGX. They were able to secure 9 total plates at the early stages of the game. So it definitely is a good sign if you're a fan of NGX.
Yeah, really good worth for this team. And now what they can do after this is just to really weigh around what they can work with, what they cannot work with, especially on this next objective that we're going to be having. The Rift Herald is going to be a big contestation. Remember, Long already has 2 items with the Blade of the Rune King, Divine Sunder. It's still a very scary Yone at this point.
Oh yeah, definitely. Demon Kite in front of everybody is going to sleep.
Ooh, but they're still going to be taking the tower. They're focused on their goal, and that's the tower in the mid lane, and that's a big win before this Rift Herald comes out.
Yeah. This Rift Herald can easily be used by Nova to help them secure the second objective, or second dragon of the game, and that is going to be the Infernal Dragon. And we have
9k gold. I'll take that. I'll take that on their side. The advantage that they have here is going to be important. Let's take a look at what's going to happen in this Rift Herald. They already are taking it, but that's too fast. And Nova Esports was able to take it really fast without any concession from MGX. But what NGX can do is at least take this next objective, which is the Dragon. Now, with the Dragon on their side, everybody, what they can do here is that Nova Esports could really work around this though. So they can take this. Infernal Drake is going to be the next one that they can go for. They have the 4k HP, but now low HP already onto one member. This is going to be important here. Sender's going to come out. Demon Kite almost got to get hit, but that backline has been hit by Hyde with the Cyclone, but no damage just yet. Now they're going to be forced to back away. They don't have a lot of damage. NGX going to try to go through, but they're not going to be able to go through because Nova was able to get all their objectives. And now the knock up onto Aaron is going to be followed through by Long. The flash happened, and they're going to be able to get one more. NGX lost 3 members. Justshi gonna try to get the kill. The flash wasn't able to hit, but Justshi still falls down with draw on the ace to the side of Nova Esports. And now this is gonna be Nova just taking over this game. NGX lost that gold lead, and now with this 2k gold lead onto the side of Nova, this is what they want to go for. That win on that fight was pretty important because they weren't able to win against that big fight. Everybody, let's take a look at this replay. Look at what they did to Demon Kite here. Demon Kite was super low, and because they were able to get that first kill against him, they were able to just take over NGX. When they got it in the end, Nova Esports was just able to take the space, and that's what important on these types of fights, is just take the space, take what you can take, and that's what they did. And now with NGX on a big disadvantage right now, what they can do is that they could just take some shutdown golds against Nova Esports.
I'm back. What did I miss? Did I miss something big happened? I'm sorry, but yeah. Well, anyway, Nova Esports looks like that they were able to win that clash in the objectives and was able to net themselves the Infernal Dragon as well. That's something that you want to happen if you are Enigma Galaxy. 2K behind, 12 minutes and 30, and there still is a way for NGX to win this, right? Like you look at their tools, they still have a very capable Lucian late game, and also Aatrox is also one of the champions that gets abnormally strong whenever being latched onto by the Yuumi. You look at the Yuumi right now, like AP Yuumi plus as well the Veil Enchant, the Banshee's Enchant is what I call it.
What's really hard about this though, Otto, is that they lost 2 objectives during the fight a while ago, and Nova Esports was able to take them together with an ace, and that's why they were still able to get the comeback.
Ace is definitely going to not help the cause of NGX. And you look at the dead push by Nova.
NGX, just she's gonna fall down. Not even a really slow kill right there. Nova Esports was just able to take it.
Long and company still setting up a dead push, and that is going to be the Fate Sealed connecting, plus the Hero's Entrance. Demon Cat is going to die here in an instant. Meanwhile, Aaron still throwing some bullets away. That is still going to be a very dead Lucian, maybe not. That is still very dominating win by Enigma Galaxy. Oh no! Sorry, by Nova Esports. Oh no, we are now 7-11, 13 minutes and 50 in dash.
Really good win though. That was a really great fight coming in from Nova Esports. They weren't able to do anything much because Joshi was lost. And now what they can do here on the side of NGX is that they try to go in. A lot of members of Nova are low HP. They're going to go in and try to go for something. But the silence on Hyde was enough to actually stop them from getting any more. This is just one sacrifice and Yami's going to fall down. And NGX is going to be taking that kill. And that's enough. That's what they really need.
Yeah. Still trying to chase for something. If they will be able to get ahead of Long, then yeah, they can possibly go for some play in return.
Oh no, Fate Seal again happened, and Joshi is going to be running away right here. And Nova Esports, what is this? They just turn things around even with that deficit in the early game.
The blue buff is also trying to be snagged away here by Remake. Not going to be successful in doing so. You look at the gold here by Joshi, all of a sudden he's like 2k behind the opposition, and that is something that you don't want to happen, especially in this mano a mano in the jungle role, right? Like, we have highlighted the fact that the jungle is going to be a very integral part in this particular matchup because both of them really centers a lot of their plays on the jungle role.
And Long getting a lot of these picks, especially the Yone picks, and these types of plays are what makes Nova really best at the best.
Yeah, you look at the replay, and that was just an easy picking coming from Long, and that is Joshi and Hyde just trying to maximize whatever they can get. They know that they are at a disadvantage. They know that they have to go for desperate plays. High risk, high reward is the name of the game, especially at this point. However, sometimes the risk is definitely greater than the reward.
Yeah, and Nova Esports actually took a lot of risk, and they were able to win most of it. And now NGX, what they can do here is just try to go for the seal. Have seen Joshi try to go in, and now this is going to be the last fight that we're going to be seeing everybody. Nova Esports is going to go in with another knock up onto Joshi. They weren't able to steal the Mountain Drake, and now the members of NGX are on a scramble. They're disassembled, and they really don't know what to do. Joshi tries his best to do some damage. That long Fate Seal wasn't able to hit, but it's not really going to matter because NGX lost all their members. It's all left to Joshi's hands, but he also fell, and Draw is going to be the next one. An ace to the side of Nova Esports, and NGX is lost at this game, and they lost all their members, and this is gonna be the game that Nova is gonna take.
Like 3 dragons and this amount of gold lead, Nova Esports will just slowly march down the mid lane. Not even the golden nexus. So yes, Dash, it is already over. And NGX, although they were able to start this game so well, it wasn't enough against the defending champions.
Yeah, 2-0 on NGX, or rather Nova Esports, and that was such a great game that they actually played. What is really hard about this though is what they can do on this game is that they tried to do something different. They tried to go for a surprise, but it didn't really work out in their favor. I really did hope that they would be able to get at least a game against Nova Esports, but Nova Esports aren't playing around. They're here to get a great placement on the playoffs, and that's why they're not playing around. They're not giving them chances because they want those sweet points every step of the way on this tournament, and that's such a respect that they have for the game here.
They started so well though. NGX, like you look into that game and could not hope for a better start. Maybe one would say they hope the kills would be towards Justri rather than Aaron, but it's not like Aaron is a support player, right? Like he's also one of their carries, one of the threats that you have to have. And the game really slowed down when Aaron died bot lane. That is one thing that you kind of have to expect, because with that bounty on top of your head, especially knowing the top teams that we do have right now, you have to be extra careful. They will really go for you and your bounty, because that's one way to slow you down and accelerate the gold on the other side.
Yeah, and that was such a great performance right there. And as you said, it's going to be really important to actually play around Aaron on this game. But one thing that I saw here for Nova Esports is that they're just powering through. Every time that they go for a fight, they're just going in, because they really can with this composition. With Jitse just going forward and Long getting a great Fate Shield, that's actually enough for them to get the win, because Neon and Remake are just going to be doing damage in the backline, and we've seen it in action. MGX tries to strategize, but Nova, even without thinking, they can just go in.
Oh man, like I don't know what to do next. If you are NGX, like you did everything correctly, like the first few minutes of the game really did go into your favor, but Nova still is the better team at this point, and that has always been the case, right? Not really always, but most of the time, especially whenever we see APAC versus China teams. In fact, Chinese versus Chinese teams, we have seen Nova weather the storm as well in the past, and be able to win from behind. So it's not really a new thing, especially knowing that this is like the Icons Global Champion that we are talking about. If you haven't noticed, you look into the shop and you look into the available skins, you would see Nova skins in there, right? And so for the obvious reasons, whoever the 5-man roster that did actually win the championship is still the same roster that we are casting right now, Dash, which also adds to their chemistry, experience working together, just levels up their gameplay overall.
There's some losses here and there for Nova Esports, but I kid you not, they're a really strong team. They really know how to play their game, and even with Long not performing really well, at some point, other members are going to be stepping up. And that's why this team is such a good team, and that's the reason why they won last year. But again, NGX tried their best here on this game. They tried to play their best Wild Rift right now, but it's honestly okay that they lost here, because, it's Nova Esports, but I really hope to have at least a game that they could have won here against Nova Esports. But again, Long getting that MVP as expected. And this is one of the champions that they always need to ban whenever you're fighting against Nova Esports, because, Long picking this up, Long playing this is such a really hard time whenever you're playing against it.
You will allow it to, to go through the pick and ban and give it to Long if you can really win the early game so hard. But Nova Esports has proven that they can win from the beginning, and they can also weather the storm and win from behind. So that kind of gives you the problems. If you have Nova Esports up in your schedule, how do you control this big Goliath, big monster in the jungle? Well, that is for the teams to figure out. Dash.
Yeah, just ban the Yone, please, whenever you're fighting against Nova Esports, because he's going to be picking that every time. And again, everybody, that was just our first series of the day with Nova Esports winning 2-0 in this series. We still have 2 more coming your way before we finish this week of Wild Rift. Again, everybody, we're just going to be taking a break before we head into Series 2. We have been your casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Otto. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, free team flight mode, team fight mode, and and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock.
WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. what is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately.
Next series we have is going to be exciting. I want to see who is going to be winning against the China versus China game again. But again, it's a team who is on the upper echelons versus the lower echelons of this series. Is this going to be a fast series, or is this going to be the time for them to actually come back? OMG, this is the time for them to fight back. But again, this is the Irregulars on the Sunday special. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autolus, and this is going to be a fun match to see.
After what happened yesterday and where all series went the distance, kind of refreshing to see a 2-0. but also kind of sad that the the team that lost was actually from an APAC team. WBG versus OMG. Is there a possibility that OMG would be able to upset WBG in this particular matchup? Well, of course, as they say, it's not impossible, but in our words, like, it's improbable, right? Like, you look into this lineup, and BYCka, Fan, Fei, Chi, and Wake Up has always been a steady force for Weibo Gaming. If anything, their last game or their last series was a loss because Chi was forced onto a champion that is not able to do much damage, right? He was forced into a Karma, and I think that's actually a blueprint on how to defeat one of the contenders in this tournament in WBG.
Yeah, and I really love to see Wake Up every time I'm watching Weibo, because Wake Up is probably one of the contenders of my best support for the Chinese teams, because honestly, he's such a really good support, really good pairing together with Shi. That's why this duo has been making leaps and bounds for Team Weibo. But again, on the other side, OMG, this is the team that has been left in the dust by Thunder Talk Gaming, because they're a team who always have the same assets on their team, like White Cat on the top side. So this is gonna be a one that I want to see. If they want to come back, this is the time.
And that is a new phase once again. I mean, a return of a one-on-one in the bot lane.
Yep.
There were multiple games in where we saw 15 being their starting dragon laner, but after suffering a loss against the winless Fennel, something has to change, and they say it's one-on-one's time. One-on-one's time to get his share of playing time. Now we look into the stats, and you look into the stats, and the most glaring thing that you should pay attention to is the blue side win rate of Weibo Gaming.
Oh my
man, 10 wins to just 1 loss.
Yeah,
and a lot of it has something to do because with the fact that one, they can actually drop their funnel all-in strategy on blue side better, right? Like, you'll have access to Galio or Shen, those priority picks that will allow that thing to work. And also on the blue side, and this might surprise you, but you can actually prioritize Varus now, right? So yesterday I saw 2 times a Varus gets first picked on blue side, and well, if you have Chi on your roster, it does actually make a lot of sense to first prioritize the Varus.
Yeah, if it works for Weibo Gaming. And what I like about them too is that they don't even prioritize their support most of the time. Even if you put Wake Up on an Alistar, it's gonna be okay, because he's gonna be making that work. So most of the time, people really focus on Shi on the side of Weibo Gaming, and Wake Up is just a bait that they always want to go for, because Wake Up, I believe that Wake Up really wants to play his Alistar every time.
Yeah, well, I'll just have to closely look into the stats as to when was the last time that we saw one-on-one, because if I'm not mistaken, like, there has been like 5 series that we already have seen 15. But make no mistake, OMG has played a lot of games with one-on-one as their dragon laner. The only concern is that he's going to face against one of the best dragon laners that we have at the moment. Be it Varus, be it Zoe, she will just be all smiles.
Yeah, and she who has opened my eyes in the Church of Varus. Because before I was a non-believer of the Varus, and because he played it so well against a lot of teams, that's when I believed. I'm now a believer on the Church of Varus.
Yeah. Oh, so one-on-one did actually play May 6th. It's not too long ago that one-on-one did play, but they're trying to sub him in and out in place of 15. We look into the other side of Dragon Lane, and this is what you were clamoring about. You were so high on, right? Like Wake Up. The Wake Up experience has always been a pleasure to watch in the support role. Monster, on the other hand, has been targeted numerous times, and truth be told, like, Monster got out supported by one of the supports that we have here in APAC in Horizon. So he really has to find his groove today, because if OMG wants to turn things around, right, and reach the playoffs, they have to act soon and fast.
Yeah. And it's really,
接下
really
来有
scary
请
for
双方
OMG
射
right
手
now.
选
One
手
more
登场。
loss could potentially
In the
end their run
dueling
here
WBG
because they
10
could
OMG
really not
晚安
follow through with the other teams that are gonna be they're gonna be fighting against because their scores are gonna be way lower than is expected. If they have the time to come back
最后让我
from
们有请双方
this
辅助选手登
tournament,
场。
the time is now,
And
and
the
it's
support
against Team
WBG
Weibo,
Wake
which
Up
is
OMG
not really
Monster.
favorable for OMG, but they can still turn the tides around. I hope they do a Thunder Talk Gaming and where one substitution change the things in
再
their
次欢迎
favor.
两支战队，有请进入
Yeah.
对战
One
系
and
统
one
准
could be
备。
the
All
surprise
players
that they
getting ready,
need, right?
let's
Like,
dive into the wild.
although, is it really going to be surprise Chi? Like, Chi is always so good, right? So reliable, especially if you prioritize picks for him. Solo players or the fight for side will be between Sika from the Baron lane and SNK off the mid lane. And okay, so the last time that I did cast Weibo Gaming, I kind of cursed Sika or Beijing Sika because that was the pre-show in where I was talking to Guiyang and I was telling him that Sika often dominates his lane, and it's so rare to see him lose lane. But in that particular series against J Team, J Team was able to
Understandable.
Is it really? Yeah, well, that is Dawn 128 that we were talking about, right? But to really lose your lane that hard as Beijing Sika, right? As BY Sika is really what surprised me. Like, man, this has been a solid foundation, a steady rock. Maybe that is a bad day, right? And then Sika kind of wants to redeem himself against Whitecat today, but he has to start, warming up real fast. And this is actually a good warm up, right? Like, you go into the fight for side selection, going against SMK, which is the mid laner of OMG. It's definitely going to help your cause.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not really much saying that Sika didn't really had a great day during their time against J Team because Dawn is, you know what? Dawn is a very neutral lane. He goes defensive every time, and most of the time he's gonna be winning the lane not because of his mechanics, but because of how he utilizes his champion. He's just so good with that, and I understand why Sika really lost against him. But in this 1v1, I do believe that Sika could win this. He's such a good top laner, especially when it comes to mechanics.
Yeah. Again, there are days, right? There are days in where you would not perform to the level that you expect to be able to, and your teammates expects you to perform. And the last time that we saw this team, WBG, like almost all of them had masks on, so that could also be a reason why, like, they were feeling under weather, right? Yeah. That's just reasons to begin with. By the way, did they? did they?
Copium right there, talking.
Right. Did they do some heart poses during their catwalk? I wasn't really paying attention.
Some of them actually did some of them, right. But it's not the same roses that the other team had. So it is I don't know what I really want to know what they're celebrating right now, everybody. Could you actually tell us in the comment section? We really want to know.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, right? Like, we kind of have to ask someone that is in China right now to really know what is with the roses thing. They often do some mini games as well, right? Like some mini games here and there to
the pre-show, right?
Yeah.
Do mini games.
We can do mini games too. We know how to play games.
What mini games?
As long as you have prizes to give away, why not, right? Like,
oh, sure. If we have prizes to give away, sure.
Yeah.
But we don't. That's the sad part of it. There's the sad part of it.
Don't worry, we'll get there. But this is also one of the interesting parts here in Howling Abyss Duel. And I'm not 100% sure if you noticed this, but the amount of minions that is available or that is spawning at every rotation is 5. So it's something that really caught me off guard. Anyway, Sika going against the Akali here. Very aggressive start by Sika.
Yeah, even popping the exhaust on this 1v1 as early as he can get so that SMK wouldn't really deal as much damage. But at level 1, I don't really expect any damage coming in from the Akali at that level because remember, the only skill that he had a while ago was a shuriken flip.
Yeah.
And now with the 5-point strike, that is a much more threatening Akali. But it's still gonna be hard for SMK though, because honestly, Camille is such a safe laner.
Yeah, adaptive defenses, of course. Like you squeeze in an auto attack and immediately you get some magic shield to really help you prevent some burst. I mean, imagine a Camille being allowed to have access to the Hex Drinker, then I think that, you know, this Akali would have really a harder time. But if you're SMK, you kind of want to believe that this is not really the favorable map for the Camille because the walls are too far to attach to. And that is one of the kit that the Camille kind of wants to abuse.
Yeah. And what I have seen from the state of Camille so far in this game, especially in Wild Rift, it's way different than Camille's state in League PC. Because Camille in Wild Rift really is a much more defensive champion, really going for the Hextech ultimatums most of the time, but doesn't really deal as much damage as you expect. But in Wild Rift, a Hextech ultimatum is basically a kill already. But she doesn't deal as much damage as I expect her to be doing.
There are changes definitely on her S1 that is a little bit controversial. You know, changes here and there, simplifying her kit. No longer allowed to do an auto attack reset, but make no mistake, like Camille is still one of the best champions in the game just because of that one thing that you said, like Hextech ultimatum is just so flexible and is a very reliable tool to engage onto your opponent.
Yeah, really easy to make work with, especially if it's against an Akali like this. On a 1v1, once you get the Hextech ultimatum, that's a lot of damage that you can
he's level 5.
Once he gets to level 5, but wait, they're both waiting for the level 5s. Now he has level 5 now. Zika has the advantage. SMK knows that. That's why he's running away.
See, it really is throwing me off, the amount of minions that spawns up here in Howling Abyss, because in Summoner's Rift, or I mean in Wild Rift... Oh, wait!
Ooh, perfect execution. Those have the shield from the adaptive defenses. But the timing was just right for Zika to actually go for the Hextech ultimatum. Sad is sticking with Ignite. He's gonna go through! Went for the heal! Perfect timing from Zika there.
Did you see the distance of the hook shot?
It's ridiculous. It's
ridiculous. My, like from one mobile screen to another. And Zika just reading into the minds of SMK that he will try to get that health pack or health relic. Again, just going back to my point, like in standard Wild Rift, you know, the amount of minions is 4, like 2 front minions and then 2 can minions or caster minions is like the standard. It kind of throws me off guard that there are like 5, 3 in the front and 2 at the back, and you know why I'm kind of, I know, how should I call this? Kind of being on the edge, right? Because the minion counts. Because in that game, in that particular game, in League of Legends PC, right now,
I've been playing Nico a lot.
Oculus
has been very conscious about the minions.
There is a champion you can disguise as a minion, so.
That's why everybody in our friend group is very sensitive about the minion count now, because I've been playing Nico a lot and it's so funny to see.
Yeah. Why are there 2 Gundam minions? Oh. It's a Nico in this, guys. But that's actually one of the champions I want them to add into the game, because especially with the new especially with the newer version, like all we can do really is hope. But this 1v1 is definitely on the side of Zika now. Level 7 to the level 6. Plus, you look at the items of Zika, and it's really just anti-Akali at this point.
Yeah, the Malmarshes with the shuriken flip to the perfect execution. The heals are going to be there. And the adaptive defenses are just too strong on to lose.
True.
That's why Zika was able to get away with just running around. And now, because of that, it's a good thing that SMK just ran away, because that is the reason why he survived.
Yeah, and then it's not just a magic shield that props up whenever you go below a certain health point, right? Like, there's also that lifeline that boosts your damage, boosts your vamp. Small things that, you know, doesn't get too much attention, that is kind of giving the advantage to Zika right now. SMK, less than 20% health. There could be an all-in really soon, but SMK does still have access to the Twilight Shroud, so he safely backs away, and Zika just wants to farm.
Oh no, he's gonna be losing the Sour if actually he backs away. So SMK
Yeah.
needs to surprise him to actually go in. With the Twilight
Oh,
Shroud, it's gonna
oh
be way
my.
easier, but the damage
Wait.
right there of the sweep is just so much.
That is max sweep, yeah?
Yeah.
In order
he's
for you to
back.
be able to, yeah, in order for you to be able to dish that much damage, like that should be max tactical sweep. And that actually makes a lot of sense, right? Like, why do you go for precision protocol? You don't, right? Like, hook shot
You don't need
for
to.
attack speed, maybe, but you kind of just want to squeeze in your auto attacks anyway. So, attack speed is nice, but not really a must have, especially if your opponent is a very squishy Akali.
And with what we have right now for them, this 1v1 is going to be way harder even for Zika. Whenever a Twilight Shroud is available, it's going to be way harder for him to go for the fight. Now with that, the
One more?
exhaust has been popped already. One hand stack.
ignited.
Oh, ignite! He's going to be dead.
Yeah.
Oh, he was able to reach it, but he
Yeah.
was... Wow. Good thing that ignite popped.
There's no immediate heal from that relic, right? Like you have to wait like a good 1 second for that circle to circle down or close down. And this is again the thing. I understand, or I kind of assume that the coaching staff really wanted Zika in that 1v1 to have that very good warm up, because again, the last time that we saw him, he was just smashed in the lane by Don 128. And it's not just because of Don 128. All the rotations and all the planning was really targeted on the top side. Now, that is actually some blueprint that OMG could do heading into this matchup. Like, help Whitecat? Maybe, just maybe, OMG can get an upset.
Considering that White Cat is also a really good top laner in the Baron lane, it's really possible that they can really match up the power of Zika in the top lane. But the problem lies on how are they going to be moving around Chi. But what's good about this game especially is that the Dragon laners really need to get some items first before they become relevant, and most of the fights are going to be happening on the Baron lane most of the time. So that's why in this game we're going to be taking a look at the Baron lane more, because that is where the turnaround is going to happen.
Yeah. I know that we did highlight the Dragon laners and the supports, and for obvious reasons, right? Like, Wake Up has been so steady. Chi has been the best Varus player in the world, and that's not even an exaggeration. 1-1 is subbing in and out in place of 15. So, if anything, if you kind of want to solidify your spot in the starting 5, now is actually the time to do so, right? Like, showcase what you're made of 1-1.
Yeah, they really want to go for this 1-1 in the bot lane. I do hope that 1-1 is going to be enough to fight against Chi, but also the other problem is how are they going to be dealing with Wake Up, because even the best teams that we have here in the tournament can't really deal with Wake Up. Wake Up is such a good support, and he's such a scary force to be reckoned with, especially in OMG. Monster really has to step up if they want to win this game.
For sure. By the way, 1-1 looks like one of our local players here, the Philippines.
What do you mean?
Yeah, he's you know Etaf, right?
Yeah,
He looks like
I know
Etaf.
Etaf.
Yeah, he looks like Etaf.
That is true.
Yeah.
He really knows.
all those League of Legends Wild Rift nerds out there from the Filipino region or from the Philippines region would know what I'm talking about. 1-1 does actually look like Etaf. But anyway, we're going straight into the draft here, and the bans by WBGs to take away the Senna, the Akali. I wonder if WBG goes for a priority pick on the Varus, because again, it's starting to become a trend now, right? And if the other teams are so willing to do it, why not do it as WBG? Like, you're gifting Chi his best champion.
There you go. They're not gonna give
Never
Chi
mind.
his best champion.
Yeah, never
Everybody's
mind.
believing on that Varus at this point, and they don't want to see it again on the hands of a great player like Chi. So here, on the side of Weibo, what are they going to be picking first? They can really prioritize Wake Up's Gragas to their side if ever they want to get that advantage against OMG.
Yeah. The Gragas, the Jace, those are the champions that WBG really loves playing, right? Like, so, having Jace as an option for Fan and Faye is also a flexible pick on the blue side. And we have to remember that Weibo Gaming has 10 wins to 1 loss on the blue side.
Picking up the Shen on first for fun. think this is not really bad. Honestly, giving this to Fun is a really good strat for your side. Even if they give the Aatrox to the side of OMG, Inyan could play that really well. But because they still have the possibility of picking up a Yone, Aatrox might be neutralized here by Weibo.
And then this is also a familiar pick for Weibo Gaming, right? Like, whenever they pick up a Shen, that means that they can go for the funnel all-in strategy and where they gift cheat the Galio, right? So that will always be a concern if you're OMG. Maybe you have to ban the Lulu, the Yuumi, the Galio, because if you gift the all-in funnel strategy to WBG, I don't know how they will be able to stop that.
Honestly, if they pick that, and if they get, there you go. There's the Galio. There's the Yuumi's going to be next. Even if they go for an ADC, it's not going to be a problem for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah. I don't think the marksman is the best fit in that funnel all-in strategy, because what you kind of want to do is to have two very solid side laners. And this Zed is actually just that, right? Like, as a Yuumi, you will have an option to go and latch towards the Zed or the other side laner, right? The common side laner that gets picked whenever this is the draft of WBG is the Fiora and the Zed. But because Fiora was respected by OMG, I expect the Riven. It's, what do you call that? Potato, tomato. Yeah.
Potato, tomato, yeah. And if ever they're going to be batting it on the side of OMG, there's still a possibility of going for a Garen. And even if Garen is not as strong as a Fiora, not as strong as a Riven, it's still a really solid matchup to be respected, honestly. So what they can do here they banned the Yuumi. That's good. At least they know what Weibo is planning here.
I mean, you have to, right? Like, by banning away the Yuumi here, you kind of putting the WBG in a very awkward spot. Although this is still salvageable if you look into their draft, right? Like, they can still play standard, they can still play Corki in the bot lane for cheat, they can still play Zoe if they need to. Lots of avenues to still make this work, but just being able to put the pressure on the opposing side in banning away the Yuumi is always going to be a luxury as WBG approaches the playoffs, right? Because this is definitely a playoffs lineup.
Yeah. And now with them banning the Yuumi, banning the Garen, Weibo has a lot of options now. And they really need to respect the side laners here. They even respected the Zoe to get picked here by Chi. So he's only left with what? He's left with the Karma in the bot lane. He doesn't have a lot of options now. It's going to be real hard to work around with the Karma. So they really need to pick that Riven if they want to play around with the Karma.
Yeah. I think it's a time for them to prioritize the Corki. No Senna, right? Like, Corki is the only option for WBG that makes a lot of sense because they kind of need some magic damage in their lineup, right? And Corki with the Shen, I have seen a play yesterday in where there was a package that was used with the Shen on top of it. Like, the dude was transporting an
actual package.
Yeah, the actual bomb, the Shen bomb. Like, let's call it Shen bomb play. Right?
Yeah, that could be fun. That could be really great to see. But as I said, Karma is gonna be important here for them. Honestly, this is what they were looking for at the first place. If the Yuumi gets banned anyway,
yeah.
So Karma is still okay. So they need someone to actually just carry the early or rather have that great side lane power in the Riven. Yeah, as you said, it's a really good pickup.
So the last time that they did this, WBG had the Yuumi in place of the Karma, had the Fiora in place of the Riven. So those are the two champions that we will be closely looking at, right? Like, to me, Yuumi is still so effective in the funnel all-in strategy. Karma is like the second place champion to that just because it kind of offers you the same thing. Shields, enchantments, right? Being able to boost your damage and all that. And plus, at least you have a very reliable disengage tool or engage tool in the Transcendent Embrace. The Fiora, however, I think is a bigger blow because whenever you try to play this all-in strategy, funnel all-in strategy, you kind of want to have as much heals as possible. And because of the Grand Challenge zone, it kind of makes everything work for WBG. So kudos to OMG in identifying that WBG is planning something against them and banning away key champions that I think really makes it work.
Yeah, and so far I have seen a lot of ribbons getting played here for the side of for a lot of Chinese teams. There's not a lot of success coming in from the ribbon, but ribbon is the best that they can get here. A Jax could have been the second, but Jax isn't really as powerful as a Fiora, and the ribbon is going to be the second best they have. So, yeah. I hope this works for Weibo Gaming, because if not, they're going to be giving OMG their win.
First runner-ups of the champions, right? Like if Yumi is the champion of the funnel all-end strategy supports, Fiora is also the champion of the funnel all-end strategy side lane. You have to settle with Riven and Karma. But I kind of guess, Weibo already has this practiced as well, because just the fact that they got Shen, immediately they went into that angle with no hesitation, and that just means that they are so confident in this draft. And truth be told, like, this draft hasn't lost a game for WBG.
Yeah. So I do hope that this draft, on its difference, on the alternatives that we have right now, Sika might be losing his life here. Ruthless Predator has been used already. Flash has been used by Inyen. Not worth it. Not worth it.
Yeah, some other spells that has to go on cooldown very, very soon. Now, this is the standard 2v2, pseudo 2v2, because this is what happens, right? The supports will just try to assess where the supports are, and then immediately rotate onto the mid lane. Kind of choreographed.
As expected, though. So with OMG really just getting this early game in their favor, which is a really important part of this composition that they have. Because with the early game being in their favor, the side lane is not going to be easy for Weibo Gaming, at least. So that's what they want to go for. Once they drop the ball and give it onto the side of Weibo Gaming, they're just going to snowball that. So they want to get as much objectives as they can.
Yeah, and you look at the top side, and again, Sika is kind of being pressured right now by the Renekton of Whitecat. It is kind of understandable because that really is a favored matchup to the Renekton, but we're looking into Fan. It's going to spot this.
Yeah, this is too aggressive, even for the likes of OMG. Now with the Shield of the Run at the ready, though. They got the taunt already onto the side, and Fan is not going to follow through. He doesn't have enough damage at this point in the game, so he just want to take this blue buff to the side.
Yeah, no harm, no foul for both sides, right? One thing that I kind of actually liked in that interaction was that Monster did not really panic, right? No flash, nothing. He just stood his ground, trusted in his aftershock, and was okay after that engage coming from Wake Up. So WBG showing some good map awareness, and OMG showing some good discipline.
Yeah, and I really know that on this side, for WBG at least, they don't really have any killing powers as long as they don't get their stand united. Their ultimates are going to be an important part of how they get kills here, especially in the top side. Sika is a really good laner. Look at how he plays this. You don't usually see this in Wild Rift, but this is one of the things that you should... Yeah, this is one of the things that you should do whenever you're on a disadvantage.
And also, I saw a Reddit post. Okay, again, Reddit post. Anyway, there could be a potential dive here on the top side, especially with Fan already being level 5. Stand United is available, and Sika being level 5 is also a very scary threat overall. But OMG was able to swat that off. Anyway, going back to my point, Reddit post, I saw a post saying, use your Ignite. And here in Wild Rift, I kind of actually have to double down on that, right? Like, I agree with, that Redditor saying that you have to use your Ignite, because the cooldown of the Ignite here in Wild Rift isn't actually that long. So whenever you see the opportunity to use it, if it will give you an advantage, be it a small one or a bigger one, like you just use it, you spam it, and I think things will look up into your favor.
Yeah. And we have seen it a lot, right? Especially for these players. They don't even want to give heals as long as they don't use the Call the Meek, for example. As long as you have the Ignite, that would give you a bit of an advantage in lane. And that's really what I want to see, though. For these players, especially for the Chinese conference, they're really good at making use of every single micro that they have here. So what's great about this though is for the side of WBG, they're also looking for advantage top side, and now OMG knows that, and that's why they're gearing towards ganking the top lane, and they want to get the kill on the top side as fast as possible.
Yeah, again, the blueprint is to try to attack Sika over and over again. That worked for J Team. Will it work for OMG? Definitely, you know, the caliber of the two teams is so different. But if it's doable, then yeah, why not try to do it? Why not try to emulate it, copy it? Because if it works, it works.
One thing that is different here for OMG is that they really want to go for kills. They want to go for dives. But what they always are afraid of is that even without the presence of a Shen, it's always there. There's always that possibility of a Shen being there. There's always a possibility that Wake Up could use his own ultimate.
Yeah.
That's why it's really hard to dive this type of composition.
Sure. And that I think is the reason why you kind of want to attack the Galio. You cannot attack the Shen because the Shen is safely farming his jungle camps, right? Like, or better yet, just wait for the objective fight. Now, one thing to try and cancel out all the shields coming from WBG is by having Serpent's Fang. And interestingly enough, there is no Serpent's Fang user on OMG. Maybe you can have the Aatrox build it, but that will be an extremely squishy Aatrox.
Yeah, and honestly, wait, they're gonna go in. Sika was able to force a flash away from Whitecat, even using the Ignite in favor of it. And that's what's scary about the Riven. Once you pop up everything on a Renekton, that's gonna be the end of it. They're gonna go for Rift Herald.
Yeah, it is actually an even trade, right? Like,
yeah, still going for a fight. Still has the advantage on Whitecat, has a lot of HP. This is too overbearing for Sika here onto the top side because Monster is already at the mids.
Whitecat, again, just clearing out the wave and wisely backs away because he knows that if he even overextends, the threat of that stand united will just thwart his attempt off. And again, just going back to my point, like, how do you win as OMG? Okay, well, there definitely is a Serpent's Fang user in the Jace, right? SMK could try to build that as his second item. It won't be that bad. So yeah, if you're OMG, you cannot fight. You do not want to fight now because the amount of shields that will be available to WBG with the Karma, with the Shen, with the Riven, man, you need the Serpent's Fang soon and fast.
Yeah, and the problem here is, we said it, we prefaced it in the early game, that OMG needs to get the early game in their favor. And because they can't get any kills, this is going in favor of Weibo Gaming every step of the way, and that's why it's going to be hard for them later on. OMG needs to start something now if they don't want to lose this game.
Rift Herald?
They are. Starting right now in the mid lane, already used the explosive cast. They can use this in the mid lane to their favor. They even had one Darkened Blade be able to hit, but it's still the Rift Herald that was able to hit on their tower.
Yeah, Transcendent Embrace doing work there, right in the middle. Being able to disrupt combos here and there by OMG. But WBG just had one goal, to secure 3 plates just before the plates expire, right? It's around at 7. It's at 7-minute mark, you know, at 7-minute mark. Tower plates go down, and you look at the tower plates, 3-0 in favor of WBG. But that still is a good job if you're OMG, because oftentimes, whenever there is a Rift Herald that gets secured, it translates into the first tower. If it's going to translate into 3 plates, then good job for you and your squad.
Yeah, that's still good enough. And now for OMG, it's still hard. It's still hard for them to do anything. Even in that encounter, though, they didn't even use any ultimates. Now they're going to be using it on the bot side. They already had the deathmark onto SMK. He's going to be dived in by the members of WBG, and nobody died onto their side. And OMG, looking for 1 kill. Wake Up might be their target, but this is a very tanky chicken. It's going to be hard to go for a fight here.
Chicken Cameo Part 2 by Dash. And Monster needs to clear the wave or push the wave just to make sure it doesn't approach the tower, because once it hits the tower, then another dive can come in.
Yeah, Whitecat fighting 1v1. They have Ignite.
Soloable
down Honey Fruit with a shield, but Whitecat still was able to get the kill in the end.
Yeah, all the ultimates on the bot lane was invested, right? So that means that Whitecat had one thing to do, and to capitalize on that heavy cooldown that was invested on the other side of the map. Good thing that he was able to do that, and if you are Sika, the struggle continues.
Yeah, it's still going to be a weak side lane for him. until he gets a second or third item. Because even if he goes for
What
the fight
happened
here, Wildcat still has so much damage.
Right. So easy to get that rage in. Like the dominance wasn't even invested like at the very beginning of that team fight. And then immediately he got like 50 rage right away.
Yeah.
Renekton into the Riven is really a tough matchup for the Riven. But come late game, you will have more access to tools that can really help you.
Deathmark to the taunt. SMK is going to fall here. Inyan is going to be the next target. But Faye, with the shield, is going to be confident to go for the fight here. They can go in if ever they want, and that's just ridiculous amount of shields. And Inyan was forced away just because of that.
Yeah, that's 2 kills to 1 immediately. WBG responds. That is still like 2 key ultimates being invested right away, right? And again, if we look back into both this composition, and one would say that, hey, late game really would favor OMG because they have a lot of damage. Well, guess what? The scaling of WBG is also very good, right? The amount of damage and shield, damage mitigation that they can actually do is also something so scary. And oftentimes, whenever we see this draft, it's not really going to go online the first few minutes of the game. Rather, it is actually during the mid game or late game, and we are already closing into that.
Yeah. And what they're good at this draft is holding off. And what they're doing is really just holding off against the members of OMG. They're starting their objective already, and now WBG needs to go in. They have a taunt coming out. They might be able to get the steal, but no, OMG still be able to take it in the end. Monster is low HP. They're going to go in. Wake Up might fall here. He forced the flash away, and the taunt is going to come in right there, but it's not going to be enough. WBG doesn't have a lot of damage because Sika was not in the mids when they fought right there. 1-on-1 with low HP, and the Rift Herald going to go to the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a 4v5. SMK trying to squeeze in 3 auto attacks. That is enough.
Yeah, that's going to be enough for OMG to actually get the kill here. Sika going to go in. Still has a way to go in with the broken wings. But the OMG is starting this rig with low HP and a lot of the members. With the wind slash down, OMG could still just back away and try to get for another try on this rig.
Yeah, they have to recall, spend those unspent gold, heading into this big objective team fight. We all know that OMG already possesses the first dragon. If they kind of want to multiply their stats, hold that thought. Hero's entrance to the bot lane.
Yeah.
Is that a misclick?
Oh no. Nobody was here. But Wake Up uses Hero's entrance. That is a big cooldown. Monsters saw that, so they know that they don't have any ultimates here, or rather a Hero's entrance to their side.
Yeah. Oh no.
SMK gonna be dove by the members here, but they're still gonna go in. A Deathmark's gonna come out. That's a lot of damage with a Mega Inferno Bomb. It's not gonna be helpful for their side. And now, they found a target, and Fan is so tanky that he might not fall here. But there you go. That's a great explosive gas, and Fan is gonna fall. OMG has a statement here from that fight.
Yeah, and a lot of cooldowns has been invested. And remember that Wake Up's Hero's entrance is not even available. Sika, by the way, trying to find a flank angle. He will be spotted off the ward by OMG.
Yeah, now they're going to back away. Wildcat already used his dominance. No vision to the side right there. And Wildcat is going to go for Wake Up. They have a lot of timings, but this is going to be the HP. They have the broken wrist coming into the side. Seek is going to go in with the Wind Slash, almost taking it, but he wasn't able to. Mission failed for Weibo Gaming.
1-on-1, by the way, just satcheled over the hill. And that was a very good mechanics play, but it's not yet over. Okay, finally it is over. Just wanted to comment the Ziggs play there, right? Like, being able to satchel from downhill towards a safer point is definitely a satisfying mechanics in the game. And it was also very beneficial because Sika was trying to get ahead of the Ziggs. I mean, you look at this replay once again, immediately denying Sika, and plus the Exos being there means that Sika again dies. 0-2 already on this Riven. I know during come late game he will have a lot more relevant to this game, especially with the all-in strategy, but he has to improve on his play very soon.
Faye is really good at playing this Zed, especially when he's going for the side lanes. And that's what I really like about this player. But the problem here is OMG slowly getting that build up to their side. 4k gold lead. It's not that big, but it's enough at this point in the game.
We're waiting, and so are the two teams, right? Like WBG wants to scale up, wants to play the waiting game, but they also have to check reality, do a quick reality check here because Inyan is already 11.6k, and OMG has been winning on the red side whenever Inyan is on the Olaf. And Aatrox is actually like the improved version or better version of Olaf, right?
Yeah. And it's honestly way easier to pull off
Yeah.
with an Olaf, right? But with the Aatrox, at least you need a lot more skill expression just from hitting those Darken Blades, which is really important to get it on the sweet spot. Because if you don't get it on the sweet spot, it's not as big and it's not as big of a life steal. But now with what OMG's thinking, there's going to be a big dive bot lane.
Yeah. Like Inian already has Twin Guard available as well, so he's kind of tanky. Oh.
Yeah, with the Stand
All
United,
in.
they had the Justice Spawn Shield of the Ron to go for the stasis, and the timing's just right with the Shadow Dash onto Monster. Monster might fall down right here. The timing's just right with the Transcendent Embrace coming out, but Monster still survives. Shadow Dash from Fan in order for them to get the kill. With the stasis on their side, Hero Senses was used again by Wake Up with the... What? That was another mistake from their side, and now that's another ultimate down, giving OMG another kill.
That's kind of understandable though, because you cannot actually target the hero's
With the
entrance
stasis.
on a that's true, on a champion that is currently golden. And that is an interaction that we often do see. You know, it's a split second skill that you kind of want to cast as fast as possible. So yeah, that is a little bit more understandable. But WBG again, they're in a position right now that their funnel all-in strategy is being challenged by OMG. And if you're OMG with a 5k gold gap, I think this is enough to really negate all those scaling advantages that WBG currently possesses. Add to the fact that they have 2 dragons, Infernal and Ocean, things are looking up.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Weibo Gaming, especially that they don't have a lot of damage sources, considering that Sika wasn't really well fed during this game. Because Sika and Faye are going to be the damage sources that they're going to be needing in this game. And they don't really have the items even to take down the Aatrox with the Amaranth Twin Guard. That's a very tanky Aatrox, which is why it's going to be hard for them to fight against that Aatrox.
SMK though.
They have the Death Mark, Stand United, Shadow Dash could come out, and that's going to be the damage that they need, and SMK falls. Monster is going to try to do something here, but it's not going to be enough because he doesn't really have any damage.
If you look at the top side, Whitecat is just already close to the second tower and might even get a free tower in return. What is happening with WBG's macro? OMG is suddenly turning into a very good team, right? Like right before our eyes.
Because that Weibo Gaming is really focusing on a lot of kills. They've been losing on the macro side of things. They haven't taken down any towers in the map. And that's why on this fights, the very big objective fights, they have been losing a lot on positioning because they don't have a lot of space to move towards against.
2 items already completed for Monster, by the way. Like it's not often what we do see Deadman's Plate, but it's almost always going to be on the Gragas just for that extra mobility as well. And also, I looked into the inventory just a while back. There is now a Serpent's Fang user for OMG, and that's a Chase.
Yeah, the Cannon Minion was able to get the tower bot lane. Indian tried to go for it, but again, 10 seconds on the clock before our next objective. Wake Up is being chased. One body slam could be the end of Wake Up here. And another explosive cast coming in from Monster is going to be the things that could turn the tides around here for the side of OMG.
Oh no. Look at Whitecat, also with the Hull Breaker, so can easily destroy top side. But that is going to be a 2v1.
Yeah, there's going to be a hard fight here on the Mountain Drake. They're going to be taking down the tower top side. And now they're going to go in with 1-on-1, going to be the target. With the stasis on his side, he's going to be buying some time. But the Hero's Entrance is going to be chased down by the members right here. He's going to fall. And Monster's going to be next. A lot of members are falling down one by one. And Ingen was able to do a lot of damage just because of the fact that he was exhausted during that time. And SMK is going to fall through next. And Weibo Gaming was able to run away with no kills onto the side of OMG. But they got a tower top side. So with this, OMG still wants to go for the fight. They still have an Amaranth Twin Guard activated for Inian, so he's confident that he can go for this fight.
Here.
Right now, they're going to go in with the steal of the run onto the backside. They're going to go in with the Deathmark. Monster is going to be the next target, though. He might fall down, but he's still the stasis from Inian that helped him survive. With the Amaranth Twin Guard,
he's dead!
It's still going to be dead, but Weibo Gaming still gets it in the end, and they're now turning things around.
Weibo Gaming needed to deny the 3rd dragon win condition coming from OMG, because had it been that OMG was able to secure the 3rd dragon, that's like what, 12% additional AD, 9% additional region. Every stats will really be so cracked. And although WBG suffered a defeat on the top side and their inhibitor tower really went down, this is still better, right? Like you have to go for a trade, and WBG was able to trade up. because not only they were able to deny the Mountain Dragon, they were also able to get a lot of kills by targeting down one of the carries. Everything followed suit.
Yeah, now they're gonna go for another one though. They had used another Deathmark monster's gonna fall down. It doesn't matter who dies, as long as they get a man advantage, that's gonna be enough for Weibo.
Now Sika is also trying to go for a flank. He's now online, and this is what we were saying, Dash. This lineup, this funnel all-in strategy, you give them an arm, they will take a leg.
No, White Cat is gonna be the next one though. It's gonna be taking a long time before everybody goes here. Everybody's here. Here comes the Fray. Chi's gonna be his target, but he doesn't have enough damage. A lot of taunts coming out, and he wasn't able to do much because he wasn't able to get the target right. Chi is not gonna fall. He's gonna survive, and one more has been added to their deck.
Yep. Now OMG can force the Baron, but with 3 people, I don't think that is a good idea. So for WBG now, it is starting to become their game, right? Like they're pushing the wave top side, they're pushing the wave mid and bot lane in preparation for the Elder Dragon that will ultimately determine as to who's going to win this matchup. WBG, again with this funnel all-in strategy, so far hasn't lost a game, but is currently being challenged by OMG, and is being challenged so good.
It's really hard for OMG to do anything much right now because right now everything is scaled already. And Faye has been playing this game so well. 2-0-7.
Yeah.
Hasn't died a single time. And that's because OMG really doesn't have the power to actually chase down Faye because he has a lot of ways to get out. But now the Elder Drake is here. Everybody from all sides are wanting to get a piece of that elder bread.
And I think one of the reasons why Chinese teams are really scary when they have the Shen is because they know how to flank, right? Like, you give the Zed onto one person and you add Shen on top of it. And oftentimes you will see the same experience that 1-on-1 did experience just a while back, right? Easily targeted by the Zed. But now they're starting the Elder Dragon.
You can see the angle. They want to get the kill on White Cat first before you start anything to the side right here. OMG. They're being threatened. With Wake Up on the other side, they know that he won't be able to get a Hero's Entrance in. So that is going to be forcing them away. And the Elder Drake with the gold lead right now. Weibo Gaming is slowly just taking over the game. Look at the top side though. They're pushing that top side in order for them to get it. But I think Sika was way too forward and they're going to go for the fight right now into the bot lane. White Cat's going to be the target with a Living Shadow and Shuriken's able to hit, and now they're going to be targeting onto Faye. They still haven't understand United with the Hero Centers coming in. White Cat's down. They're going to go to the back line. 1-on-1's going to be their next target. SMK is not in the fight. That's why they lost. And Weibo Gaming just turned the tides around with him flashing towards 5 members. He's going to be dead. SMK is going to fall. And the members right there of OMG just had their misstep, went for the wrong target, and now the Elder Drake is on the eyes of WBG.
Inyan to Winyan, this is the time to go ultra clutch. But she tried to scout. Oh no, they already know because Ward got interrupted.
Yeah, too early for Inyan. He's not going to be able to do anything much here. He's going to flash away and use his ultimate to just gain some distance against the members of Weibo Gaming. This is an Elder Drake free for the taking for Weibo Gaming, and that's a big win condition for them.
And you look at the top side, the inhibitor has already respawned, so whatever advantage that OMG was able to get 5 minutes ago, it's already gone and done and dusted, right? Like WBG, again, with the Shen being first picked by them, you now understand why, because now they have a luxury to have the Shen split push and then immediately gets called here for Stand United. The target was White Cat. White Cat was the one who initiated. And I don't think that's a good idea, especially in with a lineup that has like a lot of shields, a lot of emergency buttons that they can choose. SMK trying to find an angle anywhere he can escape. Had to use a flash, but man oh man, dude, he had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? With this composition from OMG, what they want is to take down one target as fast as they could. But they weren't able to do that, even with White Cat at this point in the game. That is when Renekton really his relevance is going to be way lower compared to how he was early to mid game. That's why right now Weibo Gaming is confident to take this rake to their side. Meteor Enchant is going to fall, so they got that vision there. They know that they're taking this. They're just whittling down the members right here. They're not going to be taking this as fast, but Faye is already here with Stand United. They already baited one. Zetmark's going to be on SMK. He's going to fall real fast with the Elder Drake. And that's the bait that they wanted to go all along because they just want to force OMG to a 4v5.
The true carry is the Zed. It's not really the Riven because every single time he goes for a flank play, it is 100% successful with the Stand United available to him. Two ninjas going for your throat. It really is a very scary threat.
Yeah, they're taking a long time, but it doesn't matter. They just want to force OMG to go for the engage here, and they're just baiting him out. OMG does have vision onto the side of the map, but they're just going to be giving this Baron. Elder to Baron to the side of Weibo Gaming is very deadly. Mega Inferno Bomb, too close for comfort.
Almost.
But still was there.
Yeah, I feared for the life of Fan there, but now that they have the Baron in place of the Elder Dragon buff, WBG can just close the game down by pushing the 3 lanes that we do have here. You look at the bottom lane and Sika was just gifted like 3 cannon minions. Oh no, your bot lane will immediately disappear with this 3 cannon minions.
Yeah, even in the 1v1, White Cat with the stasis coming up and Fate, he misclicked the death mark, and now that's because of that they're not going to be getting the kill on White Cat.
Yeah. Miscommunication here and there, but there's a 1v1 possibly. Sika, are you sure, Inyan?
Yeah, they already still have the ultimate coming in, but the damage coming in from him with the Hero's Entrance at the ready. Yeah. He was ready for this fight all along, even with the Amaranth Twin Guard. They're not going to be able to help him out. Monster is trying to run away with the body slam. He was still able to know that's happening to the side of OMG.
Yeah, 25 minutes long. This game has now seen the towers falling down by themselves. But WBG is really in firm control here, Dash.
Yeah, they're just going for the Baron. They're just going to go for the towers, and that's exactly what they want to go for. Just the Spawn Shield run is not going to be hitting anyone except for Monster. He's now going to get hit. No explosive cast, but he was able to stasis away. 3 members have been hit by the Shadow Dash, and 1-on-1 is going to fall. And this is going to be the end of it for their members, and Weibo was able to take game 1.
One of the compositions that I really think is so hard to solve, especially at late game. You know, you have a lot of emergency buttons that you can use. Luxury to send the Shen over to go and push on the other side, while also being able to threaten, you know, the Elder Dragon takedown, the Baron Nashor takedown. Is so huge, so good with, you know, teams that really has mastered this composition. And tell you what, Dash, this is a composition that I know Weibo Gaming has mastered altogether. Like they have multiple iterations onto it. They have the Yumi iteration, now they have the Karma iteration. But I think, you know, one of the reasons why it was really possible to play this draft is because of the Zed play by Faye.
Yeah. Faye was really strong this game. He was the reason why everybody was scared. Even on the tanking members, even if he doesn't get the kill on them, as long as he's a good warp gate for everybody to just go onto, especially Fan and Wake Up, that's gonna be enough. And they dealt a lot of damage. It's almost equal to everybody to the side of WBG, and that's gonna be enough for a team like this. Even if they don't have a lot of damage from the AP source like She, it's still there. The threat of the shields, everything is there in this composition.
Every single bit of their kit is being maximized right now. And you look into this draft, right? Like Dash, like this game alone, OMG had a 5k gold advantage. OMG had an inhibitor exposed top side. Everything that you can, everything that you need to have to win against this composition was on OMG side. And although one would say that OMG did really a very big misplay during that third dragon, one would say that, you know, this composition is really so capable in coming back. And yeah, I really think, you know, on the blue side, if Weibo Gaming is on the blue side, you have to ban the Shen, because Shen really unlocks that strategy. And you see during the drafting phase, once the Shen got locked in, I knew right away that that will be the funnel all-in strategy. Because why not? They are undefeated on the comp.
Yeah. And what's great about Weibo Gaming is that they're really good at this high stress situations. They're really good at holding off. And that's why this composition really works well for them. Even if they don't get the Varus, it's going to be okay. Even if they don't get the Fiora, it's okay. It's honestly a-okay during the game as long as they get to the late game in where it's most of the damage aren't going to be a threat. Even for their side, they didn't really had a lot of damage, but as long as they can hold on to those fights, just dodge in, dodge out against the composition that OMG has, it's gonna be okay. Because that's what they want, long dragged on fights.
Yeah. And you saw Sika, the 1v1 against Inyan, right? Like the Riven versus the Aatrox. I really think that, the Riven is actually a very good matchup. Full items to full items, right? Aatrox versus Riven, because Riven will be in the face of Aatrox and will also be able to stun Aatrox. Plus, that extra ability to dash away all those sweet spots coming from the Darkin blade is going to be very vital in those 1v1 duels. But everything said and done, again, still is a moral victory, I would say, for OMG, because they were able to make WBG sweat. And that, I think, is already a prize by itself.
Yeah, honestly, still a 1-0 possibility for them to come back from game 2. But with what happened during that game, Weibo just played their goal. They just focus on what they know that they can win against. And this is why it's really scary to have a team like this, like Weibo Gaming, because they really know how to play the compositions that they know how to play. And what I like about Weibo Gaming the most is how unique their playstyle is compared to a lot of the teams that we have here, because they have their own unique playstyle. And it's also the late game that they're so good at the high stress situations. They're comfortable at those situations.
We look into the MVP, and it is going to be Fan, not Faye.
Not Faye?
But there is like a Faye Fan right below Fan, WBG Fan. Is it like a co-MVP thing? Maybe they both deserve it anyway. So it's 8-3 and 19% damage share, and kill participation of 89%. So
that's what his name is. That's why his name is Fan, because he's a Faye fan. If you know what I'm saying. Right?
No,
no way. But okay.
Dash, I have to be honest with you. I get easily confused in this with this team, because Faye and Fan is easily interchangeable, and now you're trying to confuse. Exactly. Now you're trying to confuse me even further. Don't do that, man.
I'm just gonna explain to you after the show. But again, everybody, before we head into game 2, we're just gonna be heading on a short break before we go into it. OMG is gonna come back this game. Let's see if that's gonna happen. We're having your shoutcaster. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The two teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban two champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select one champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also
Match point for Weibo. OMG still has 2 games that they need to win in order for them to get a comeback against this team. But it is going to be on the momentum already of Weibo Gaming because of that win that they had during the past game. Still, everybody, still possible for OMG to actually win this. But again, it's against Weibo. It's going to be hard, possible, but hard.
Yeah, and again, the same thing that I did say, right? Not impossible, but improbable. Right? Like
I like that better. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the exact ways to describe it. You ban the Shen. Okay, OMG is banning the Shen here because WBG being on the blue side has the avenue to go for the Shen as their first pick. You go for Zoe here, right? If you're WBG. Yep. Oh, Fiora is actually not that bad.
Yeah. On a player like Sika was really good at the top lane. Even if he loses the early game, if it's against a Renekton, it's okay because he knows how to play these types of champions. And even on a Fiora, it's way easier to do the same thing that he did during the past game.
I'm not going to let him off the hook though. Like that's already 4 times I see him struggle in the top lane.
Yeah.
It's I hold him into such high regard that if I see any weakness, I will call him out. Is that fair?
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
He's honestly one of the better top laners that we have in the game that doesn't play weak side. Because that's why it's honestly okay to hold him in high regard as a player. So I do hope that he plays this well because it's against another Aatrox on the side of OMG. But what's good about here for OMG is that they're playing on against a different composition now. And Weibo Gaming needs to try something different.
Yeah, and now that OMG has locked in the Aatrox and the Yone, I don't know. Like I'm having mixed feelings about this lineup, and now going to double down by locking the Riven. It's like, you know, OMG is focusing too much in getting side lane pressure and getting side lane advantages or fighter advantages. That sometimes you have to dial back and prioritize some champions that can really make it work, such as this, right? Like if Gragas does not get locked in here by OMG, immediately it gets banned away by WBG. But my worry for WBG is that if Zoe gets banned away, right? Like, will she again be asked to play the Karma? It's not really my favorite Chi champion, and for obvious reasons, right?
Because he cannot really carry as much whenever a Karma gets big for the team. And people have been respecting his bears a lot. And honestly, that's very well deserved because he's the reason why everybody picks up the bears nowadays in this competition. And now with this, banning the Zoe gives him less and less options, forcing him again to another Karma because OMG is the first who's gonna pick right now.
Yeah. Although, I mean, if anything, WBG does have a lot of power coming from the Fiora and the Jace that can easily get augmented further by the Karma. It still takes away one of the strengths of WBG, and I think OMG has recognized that as a fact. the Yumi being banned away is in response and in respect to a potential Yumi Aatrox lineup, and we saw it yesterday. We saw it just now, right? You know, in the prior series, it was so. I would say it was okay. It was okay, right? It was decent, but the potential is definitely going to be there. The ban away on the Z is actually so good for OMG because you take away one of Faye's best champion, and also you kind of have respected that this chase could still go to Fan, which is actually a thing for WBG.
Yeah, and having the Jax getting banned too for the side of WBG, they don't want to fight against Sika with the Jax because that's going to be a safe lane. Oh, fight fire with fire. I like that. Picking up the ribbon against the Fiora. That's a really good matchup to go for. But this gives Weibo Gaming an opportunity to pick up the Ziggs to their side, unless they want to give this Jace to Chi. But no, don't do that. Just pick up the Ziggs.
Yeah. And I think OMG will be happy to play the Karma this time because you have a lot of bruisers. You have a lot of champions that you can further enchant with your inspires and whatnot. Yeah, this is one of those few times I think, you know, Karma is actually a best fit because you don't need damage, right? You have damage for the Aatrox, Iona, and the Ribbon, right? Like going and drafting Corki here is going to be an overreach damage-wise, so you kind of need the utility. So OMG, good draft overall. WBG, I can say the same thing. So this 5v5 it will all come down to execution.
I would really love to have the Shadow Flame in Wild Rift soon, because honestly, giving that option to a lot of AP champions gives them a better chance to fight against shields. And that's one of the things that we're losing right now in the game, because Surf and Spang has been always an important tool for everybody whenever you're fighting against a Shen, but having a Shadow Flame gives them an option to not even need a Surf and Spang user for the team. But again, Fiora gets picked up by Faye.
I mean,
have you? sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, let me finish my thought. And the reason why I laughed is because it is the same problem I do have, right? Like I confuse Faye and Fan with one another. And anyway, what was I saying? Oh, okay. So you were asking for the Shadow Flame, right? Okay. Yeah. No, you have to remember we have to still be able to get that ADC meta back in action. And then adding AP items onto the game that features AP carries. Dude.
I mean, I think it's a step in the right direction. Because if you get Shadow Flame, at least in the mid lane, you're not going to be forced to use bruises anymore. So it's slowly going to transition to that, and where we're going to be picking ADCs now. So that's what I'm looking. That's what I'm looking.
Okay. I don't know how you thought of that, but sure. Anyway, GN wake up. Again, this is like the surprise. We are just here for a good 5 seconds. This is the cameo appearance, right? Like of the supports being in the bot lane, and immediately they're just going to path towards the mid lane, and where we'll be seeing the Pathfinder interaction. Oh.
Yep. Okay. Gonna go in. Try to do some damage with SMK. It's not gonna be enough. It's really gonna be a hard lane for SMK here in the mid lane. But Faye is gonna have the bigger advantage here just because of that sheer range advantage. But as long as both of the supports are here, it's gonna be a different game for them.
Yeah. And Sika, by the way, is on the Renekton, so this is kind of returning the favor by Sika.
Ooh, right.
Saying that Wildcat, hey, since you won just a while back during the laning phase, I am also capable of doing the same thing to you. And you look at the supports, they are now rotating topside.
Yeah. Let me win this time around. That's what Sika is saying right now. But again, perfect KDA up to 16.
Wake up.
Oh. Stand behind me. Wait. I wish he picked Braum.
Yeah.
What they're yeah.
That's kind of weird. And also wake up. I think, you know, the more interesting stat is the amount of times that he used Hero's Entrance wrongly.
Yeah. That could be a nice stat
won.
to put there. That could be a good comedic relief for everybody watching, especially. But again, For this side though, for Weibo Gaming, what they
Uh-huh.
want to do now is a different thing. They want to get the early game in their favor so that
Yeah.
their jungler would have an easier time in the late game. On the
Sure.
other hand, the other side really needs a lot of items. Their champions are really resource heavy, so it's still
Yeah.
going to be hard for them.
I also do not know how to feel about Aatrox in lane, right? Like, I have been so accustomed in seeing Aatrox in the jungle in a competitive scenario setup. I really think that, that Aatrox in the lane isn't really a very good champion. But I could be wrong, and hopefully I am wrong, because OMG does need a lot of advantages, and every single one of them at that.
Yeah. One thing about Aatrox though, the reason why he's not really good in lane right now is because the champions that he's good against are juggernauts, tanks.
True.
But because we're in a fighter heavy meta, it's really hard to play him here in lane.
Yeah.
That's why he's always forced to the jungle.
So are you saying that next time out, since Orin is going to join us, that he will be
If we
more
have a tank
relevant?
meta.
Yeah. I mean, Orin is going to be that champion
sure.
that is
For sure.
always going to be picked up, right?
Yeah, he's a really strong champion, especially even with just the Horn of the Forge God. That's enough. That's enough to pick him up in this meta. I do hope to have a change in the meta and seeing a lot more, because honestly, Volibear is also a good pick, especially in the jungle, that people have been picking him up, especially in the competitive scene, because he's just a safe pick. So I do hope to have that shift in the meta in the playoffs.
I just hope that he also disabled towers, right? Because there are some elements in League of Legends PC that is being taken away just because it can easily get abused. By the way, there could be an all-in here, because you see Whitecat is already level 6.
Yeah, he can go in, do have the damage. So that charge timing was perfect.
Whoa!
And now they're going to be getting the kill on the monster. Perfect timing, and that Wind Slash wasn't able to hit on Sika. He's being chased by Whitecat, but with the damage in the Honey Fruits, he was able to survive, but still, first blood.
Yeah. I can already feel the tension building up, and that's the reason why I thought, something is amiss. WBG did not hesitate to go all in. OMG also tried to respond, but the victors of that skirmish is WBG. And if you're a Whitecat, you have to fear for your life, right? Because it's Sika being awarded of that small advantage in the early game as the Renekton is just going to make your life even more miserable.
I want a replay of that. I want to see how Wake Up used the death charge right there. That was an important play during that. He was able to knock up 2 with the surprise death charge. I thought that was an explosive cast at first, but when I saw why is the Gragas flying? Oh no, it's a death charge used by Wake Up.
Right. I don't think you'll be seeing a replay anytime soon because it's already 4 minutes and 50, and you know what that time is, really, right? WBG, I think this is the time that they focus on the dragon, yeah?
Yeah. You know what time it is? It's time for dinner for Weibo Gaming. They want to get some kills. The knockups coming in. Inyan was forced away with that death charge. Too much damage from Weibo Gaming. And now this could be the chance for them to leverage this in their favor to take the Rift Herald.
You see the difference with Chi being able to dish out damage rather than just popping shields? That was a 2v3.
Oh no, Fate Seal wasn't able to hit. That was a big core on that play. And now they were able to get a knockup with the Darkened Blade. And that turned tides around for the side right here of OMG. Takes 2 kills. SMK is running towards Chi. Knockup's not going to hit. He's still going to be followed by SMK. He's too slow to be even able to get out of there. He doesn't have any satchels. But now he has one. Honeyfruit's going to be here. SMK wants to go for a fight. Not enough damage though. Darkened Blade's going to hit. And that's going to be a kill. 2 kills to the side of OMG.
Taking the front in his face, just, as an additional flavor into his assassination on towards Ziggs. WBG will be able to take down the tower in the mid lane, and I think this is also because the Rift Herald was used. No!
Oh, no.
Okay, we'll look into the replay and see what happened on the top side. There is something that we missed, and I think Sika would win this, yeah?
No. After he used the Ruthless Predator, he's dead.
Yeah, okay. That's sad because this Sika did use a Ruthless Predator with his rage not really at 50. And I think that is the reason why Whitecat won so
What's
handily.
happening? He's losing lane.
Again.
He's losing lane.
5 games in a row. What?
You're keeping track of it.
I am.
Now with this, I think he's going to lose again. His life is going to be at stake for that. And now Sika's going to fall again this time around.
Sika is really becoming a liability now for WBG. I cannot
Not
really
Sika
muster
anymore.
anything.
He's just
yeah. Oh, dude. You, you didn't have to, but sure. WBG has a big problem on the top side because Wildcat is already winning. And we all know that this matchup tends to become a little bit more favorable. No, actually, not a little bit more. Just becomes one-sided, you know, once it reaches the late game. And the main reason behind that is because if you cannot really burst down the Riven as the Renekton, then the amount of sustain, the amount of shield, the amount of damage that he can or that she can deal in return is definitely going to be problematic to you. I mean, you look at the gold, 5.2k for both the Jace and the Renekton, and that is not a good sign if you're WBG.
Oh, that's why he's losing. He picked up the Black Cleaver first rather than the Ruin King. You're really gonna lose the early game against that. But that is geared towards a more team fight heavy Sika right here to the side of WBG. But how is that gonna fare well if they're gonna be going 1v1? Because the Black Cleaver has already been built too onto the top side. Wildcat is gonna be a monster here.
And also they don't have like that Zed that would be able to at least slow things down. Yeah, they do have the Fiora, but it's also one of those champions that is a scaling champion, not really going to give you a lot of plays come mid game. So I don't know how WBG comes back from this. I mean, come late game, yeah, they will stand a chance against OMG, but it does look like that OMG is poised to really win hard this time around.
They really want to win onto the side, but with what's happening right now for Weibo, this is going to be hard for them to come back from. Even she wasn't able to get a lot of kills. Their team overall doesn't have a lot of kill participation. They're all relying on how Fan would play this game, because that's going to be the most important part of the fight. Because you don't really expect Fan to actually get a 5v1 situation. Yes, in the late game, sure, but in this big fights, it's really hard to pull off.
It is indeed very hard to pull off, but it is still very doable for both sides. Looks like that there is a trap laid out here by WBG.
Yeah, flicking forward, explosive cast from Wake Up, but Monster is going to be there. The damage right here from Fan is enough for them to get the kill. Now the tower's going to fall down, and SNK is left alone into his own devices, and he's going to fall too, together with his teammate. 2-4-0 for Weibo.
And I think that is one of the glaring weakness of the OMG, right? Macro-wise, they should have expected better. Similar to what happened just a while back, right? With NGX. Aaron suffering a death because he was overextended. You can say the same thing for OMG. And that is because they kind of expected WBG to try to make a play for the Rift Herald. And those are the what I call sucker punches that you won't really be able to anticipate. But with experience, you will be able to sense.
Yeah. For now, for OMG, if they are going to be getting disadvantages from Weibo, slowly but surely, Weibo would just take over this game. I mean, I've said it. OMG has a lot of resource-heavy champions. It's going to be really easy for them to just turn this thing around in the late game. But their composition is way harder to pull off than what Weibo Gaming has. Weibo Gaming has a very linear composition. What they want, take down one, snowball from there. But for OMG, they have Broken Wings, they have Darkened Blade, who really needs a lot of great placements.
And Fate's Healed as well. That you kind of need to reach towards Chi or Faye, right? Those are the two targets that you kind of want to erase right away. Sika is just there. He's going to die without much effort, especially in his current state. I just think that if you are OMG, you just have to target down and be mindful of Chi and Faye's positioning.
I'm really surprised that they threw the Rift Herald in the mid lane as fast as they could, but now Fan has an advantage here. He can't go for the fight. White gets half HP, a chance for Weibo to go for the Drake.
Yeah. Wildcat does not have any honey fruits to eat either. So WBG again showing experience and showing macro advantage. You take away one out of the picture and you can start the dragon.
Yeah. Inyan has one Steel Tempest on his belt. He can use this for a knockup. But with his timing just right, though, they use it in the right, and Inyan's go so low in HP with Ignite taking on his head. Mega Inferno Bomb and Monster very low. And that forced OMG away from this fight, and that is going to be giving them the Drake for free.
I kind of want to commend Tika in that play because that Tribush just, near... on the right-hand side of the map, you would see that there's a ward at a Tribush, right? The one near the tower. That I think is one of the most crucial spots when it comes to dragon takedowns, because oftentimes all those flankers will come from that particular angle, and what Zika did was to actually lie and wait, and lo and behold, Wildcat did try to sneak a flank. This is what I'm talking about, this bush. Okay, so I'm going to call it tri-bush. That what should I call it? Tri-bush B? Deadly tri-bush. Red tri-bush. Okay.
Yeah, red tri-bush.
But that tri-bush is definitely going to be very important to have vision on, especially if you're on the blue side. I will create a content of a play that I saw from Fennel in where this was the honeypot.
Reason why they won. So I really looking forward to it though. But OMG right now, they're the ones struggling. They're the ones looking for opportunities to get resources around the map, and that's not a good sign, because a while ago they got the advantage and they are at a loss on what they want to do here. But Weibo Gaming really knows what they can do. Just threaten the Baron, because at this point they can take this Baron if ever they want to.
Yeah. The tower is still standing strong on the top side and the bot lane for WBG and OMG, and this is kind of surprising, because oftentimes, the side lane towers are the first to go down. But in this game, the mid lane tower got easily dispatched by the Rift Herald priorities and so on and so forth. If you look into the state of the game, and one thing that really is starting to become a little bit more scarier for OMG is Fan. I mean, you look at his items, already 3 items completed on this Fiora, and he's going to be the focal point of every single attack that WBG has laid out, with Chibi still being able to deal damage so safe. The back end of things. So yeah, if you're OMG, you have 2 problems to solve now: Chi and Fan.
Yeah, they do have a lot of damage, especially in a composition that you don't really have a lot of because they're mostly fighters, mostly bruisers, so one Mega Inferno Bomb could really deal a lot of damage against them. So it's still gonna be hard for them. The only way they could get out from that Mega Inferno Bomb is maybe use a flash, maybe use even a dash in order for you to get advantage. But now Monster is gonna be caught off. That charge is gonna be used. He's gonna be knocked off with the Grand Challenge onto his side. He's gonna be forced away. The flash happening for fun to take the kill. Now he's exhausted. They're still gonna go in. They still have the timing though with this. Gonna use the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Wake Up is
flash
alive.
away, but SMK is gonna be here. They actually just tried to take the kill with the Darkened Blade. The timing's not right for them to take the kill, but now Zika has been caught off. Dominance to survive with that extra health. Honeyfree is gonna be here, but they are gonna be following through. Whitecut gets the kill, and now he's gonna follow up with She, with Valor. They got the knock up, they got some damage, but it's not gonna be enough for them to get the win here. SMK used the ultimate to follow through with the members of Weibo Gaming, but OMG still got the win right there. They got the space that they need, but Inyan, I think this is too overbearing, too over-aggressive, because Wake Up can still get a dredge line on them.
Oh, you know what surprised me there? Like, I expected Wake Up to die, because he was the one so deep into the territory of OMG. And then all of a sudden, Zika dies. It's such a sad game for him, right? Overall, except from that, aside from that play on the bot lane in where he was also able to impact the team fight. But you look into this, and this is also again like the biggest threat to OMG's success right now. Fan is starting to become the scariest Fiora that we've ever seen. Inyan finding Zika. And with Wildcat's mobility, we all know this. Zika tried to attack the Honey Fruit, but wasn't able to eat them. And I think that was why he did not survive that. So yeah, Zika, I don't want to single out a person. You know that I don't want to do that, but he kind of have to improve his play soon and fast, because it's not really helping WBG's cause.
Yeah, it's really hard for them to have no threat in the side lane, even if you have a Renekton. 1v1 against Whitecat, you know that Zika is going to lose at this point of the game, because he has a Mortal Reminder together with a Black Cleaver. That's a lot of armor shred that he can do against Zika. So going for all-out fights, it's not going to be favorable for him.
It is actually a meta item here in Wild Rift, by the way. Mortal Reminder. So, LDR, not so much, and it's more into this, really. But anyway, we are nearing the 3rd dragon win condition for both squads. But Wake Up
Monster's gonna go in, explosive gas gonna be used, Wake Up's gonna be the target, no stasis is gonna be used already for the side. Inferno Bomb is gonna be there on the back line, that's why OMG was forced away. They still got one kill in Wake Up, still a big advantage for this team, and OMG still looking to just threaten. With WBG onto the sidelines with half HP members, this is gonna be a hard fight for them. Sika needs to make a play around himself because he's the only one who has a lot of CC to work with. Now with Fawn still really strong, really on this side with the Fate Shield not happening. Sika's gonna use the stasis to buy some time, but they're still not gonna be able to do anything much except to just go in their wake, and OMG still got the advantage on this fight, and Weibo Gaming wasn't able to get anything.
Yeah, 2-4-0 plus the fact that they were able to secure the Mountain Dragon. I kind of wanted to look into the replay, see what really happened there, but again, Zico was able to lock down SMK, but no burst to follow through his engage. And again, this is how it all started, right? A very good pick off against Wake Up. And if you are OMG or if you are any supports out there, that will only be possible with the Gragas.
Okay, knockup's gonna happen. Inyan was able to hit one monster. It's gonna fall down, and Fawn is gonna be the target of SMK. He's gonna be running through him. This is gonna be Wake Up trying to go for the Dredge Line, but it's not gonna hit his mark. The anchor's not there, so OMG's gonna just fall away with a 4v5.
3k advantage with 2 dragons to 1 for OMG. So again, we have been in this position during game number 1, in where OMG actually enjoyed a 5k goal lead at this point. However, WBG does not have the Shen, does not have the Galio, or what we call the funnel all-in strategy to really save them. They have to rely on pure mechanics and strategy plus macro to be able to win this.
Yeah, Sika's gonna be the target. Fate Shield was able to hit and dodge tons of damage with the Soul Unbound even. For the resource investment right there. They're going to be going for this Valor's side. They're looking for another objective. SMK is not a threat. They're looking for one. He's going to be chased down by Fawn. The damage is going to be there, and that's going to be a Dredge Time. Perfect time for Wake Up with the Satchel Shards. That's going to be the kill for them. And that's Weibo Gaming gaining the advantage in that fight.
He's so unlucky, right? Like, he joined that team fight without the Fate Shield. And that is a big blow towards OMG. No dragon. Sorry, no jungle to contest this possible Baron takedown by WBG. Monster in 1-on-1 is here, but they are not really the threat that they need to secure this Baron.
Yeah, a lot of low HP members. Monster is going to be the target right here from Fawn. That's too much damage from that Fiora. And SMK is going to go for the backline, going to try go for Chi and Faye, but they're going to be forcing him out. The flashes have been used, but he's not going to be killing anybody except for himself. He's going to be chasing down Chi, but with the satchel, he had enough distance. And the stasis is going to buy some time for them to not take this Baron, but it's not going to be enough because Weibo Gaming is just going to run away from that.
Just a better team overall, man. Macro, everything. Like, yeah, that was a sad death by Sika on the bot lane, but you kind of have to put
7-0.
You kind of have to compare it. Yeah, 7-0 by the way for the Fiora, but you kind of have to compare it, right? Sika's impact or Sika's value to his team compared to Wildcat's value to his team right now, right? Like, Sika is already behind. So if you kind of go for that trade, WBG will always be happy.
Yeah, the sun's gonna come out. Fate Shield, he was able to run away.
Teleport,
now
by
they
the way.
use ultimates already. Blade of the Exa has been used by Wildcat. They're trying to take this Elder Drake, but they're not taking it as fast as I expected. Now with that Dredge Line not hitting, it's a chance for OMG to go for a play. Monster is looking for an angle. Can go for the body slam to the explosive cast, but they're looking for the mid lane. OMG Inyan is now going to try to go for it. Wildcat is going to go with the Blade of the Exile. Not available. It's going to be taken by Weibo Gaming. It's now going to be the time for them to take everybody onto their side. It's going to be the takedown. Fawn too aggressive. Even Elder Drake is not going to be able to take down everybody right now at this point.
Boom!
Right now, they're going to go for the mid lane. They're pushing it right now. It's going to be scary. OMG looking for them to bait out the members of Weibo Gaming. They're going to be taking the inhibitor turret, but in what cost? 1-on-1 is going to be running away with the shield from the Inspire, but they're still not going to be able to get anything much, but the 3 points right there from Chi. He was still able to take down the Karma.
Dude, 2 clutch picks by Chi alone did win the game for WBG. That was so big. That was the vital picks that they needed to really break open this game in their favor, because now WBG is in prime position to go for the double trouble of Baron and Elder. Again, that is Chi just showing that he is so clutch. He is a very reliable damage threat for WBG, and that's why you draft something that can deal damage for him.
Yeah, and that's what I like whenever Chi plays these champions. These things, even with him, even on a bruiser composition, he's dealing so much damage. It's a big threat. Even going for the Meteor Enchant because he doesn't care. He just wants to do so much damage. SMK gonna go in with this. Are they gonna be able to take the kill to the side? That's a Mega Inferno kill. And that's gonna be the next one onto the side. Look at this. One onto the back line has been slain already. Even with that, they're chasing down the members. The Guardian Angel onto the backside with Fawn going to help out Chi. That's a kill. 2 members standing to the side of OMG. How are they gonna be making work on this members? They're gonna buying some time, but it's okay because Weibo Gaming is looking at the top side and bot side.
Yeah. They have sent Fade to respond to the big minion wave that is threatening the Nexus, but that got easily destroyed. Now WBG again with a double trouble buff is going to just erase a tower and possibly end the game.
Yeah, they can go for an end angle. Weibo gonna go for the death charge, gets a knock up on one, and that's enough for them to get a kill. Forces the Guardian Angel enough time for them to finish the game. And Weibo just showed so much prowess during this game. And that was such a great performance from this team.
Dude, Weibo still is the better team overall. That's the only thing that I can say. Yeah, OMG did their part though. Winning early, winning 3/4 of the game is still hard thing to do, especially against a very talented team in WBG. But when it comes to those late game decision making, by being able to trade Sika for Wildcat, by being able to recognize that Inyan was actually pushing the mid lane, Sika being in his way during that Elder Dragon takedown, and also Chi's accuracy on the skill shots, man. The guy is okay, man. Like WBG, please. I know I'm already throwing off a rant here or what, but dude, WBG really plays so better whenever Chi is on a damage dealing champion, and you saw it there. This is the first time that I've seen a Ziggs with a Meteor Enchant, because oftentimes, you know, the Ziggs does need to have the Stasis Enchant, but not him.
That's what's scary about this team though, because Chi knows his position really well.
Yeah.
That he has the confidence to even just go full damage, not even caring if he's gonna die. It's okay. As long as I throw the Mega Inferno Bomb, as long as I deal damage in the first even 1/4 of the fight, that's enough. And that is exactly what Chi is doing, because he throws the Mega Inferno Bomb with such accuracy that his part is done. It is enough at this point.
It is done. I get your reference. It is done. Anyway,
Yeah.
jungle. The jungle matchup between Fan and Inyan really did go over to Fan, huh? Like the dude is so strong on the Fiora pickup. It was really picked for him, and Sika was given a winning lane, by the way. Was even able to get the first blood. But like the dude has to start to improve his play, because against the better end teams, I don't think you will have the same luxury of the late game team fighting advantage that you were able to get by in this game against OMG.
Yeah, if they want to fight against the upper echelons of the teams, that's why it's really hard to be a Baron laner right now, because a lot of things rely on you, especially in the early stages of the game. The reason why this game was so long is because Sika didn't get the early game advantage in his favor. If he got that, it was easy, supposedly easy for Weibo Gaming, but because he didn't, that was an underlying problem for the team. Sika needs to evolve. It's time for Sika to evolve right now, because Weibo has just kept up with everybody on the upper echelons of the Chinese conference.
Like, they are still the first runner-up from the last season of WRL, right?
Yeah.
So they forced KBG in a very tough spot during the grand finals, although it was still, you know, a massive win by KBG. They still just have to remember that, hey, you know, Raging Sika, we need you to perform at your Sika level, right? At your optimum level. Okay, you look into our advertisements, right? Like the whole UI tutorial thing.
Yeah.
Have you noticed who the model was for that particular UI?
Wait, is that Sika?
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Yeah,
That's...
It is. So the guy is really, if you are being used as an infomercial guy, then you should be at least be very good at your at the game, and he is indeed very good at the game. I may have cursed him, dude. I don't know how to reverse my curse because that's already 5 times I've seen him struggle. Not just against Don 128, but now against Wycut.
He has been losing a lot of this lane so far, even in the most favorable champions. And honestly, during the start of this tournament, I really was... I had a lot of respect for this person. But again, Fun against an 8-0. Now we just panned the camera back to Fun because he got an 8-0 in this game with a Fiora in the jungle, which usually isn't the case, especially when you're in the jungle. It's just that whenever you pick up this Fiora, there's a lot of things expected from you, and Fun didn't really get taken over by the pressure.
Yeah, Fan is still fun to watch on the Fiora. That is 100%.
That's true.
Fun.
It's fun to watch.
Fun. But yeah, sure. Like, Dash, again, just going back, WBG, if they really want to cement themselves as a contender in this very stacked tournament, they have to do better. Okay, yeah. I know that they got a 2-0, but that is still against OMG, one of the lower end teams. If you are OMG, it kind of showed promise here. If they brought the same intensity, same place against other teams that are part of the lower echelon teams, they might have won, right? Like that, as easy as that.
Yeah. But it was too long, as not as I expected from Weibo Gaming. So yeah, they really need to adjust a lot of things if they're fighting against the bigger teams that we have in the tournament. But again, everybody, that's just our series 2. We have 2-0s during this day. Are we gonna have a long game on that next one? I do want to see this next game. I'm excited to know what's gonna happen because it's again another APAC team against another Chinese conference team. So I'm excited to see what's gonna happen during that game. Again, everybody, we're just going to take a break before we head into that. See you guys in just a bit. My name is Dash and I'm here with Altaluz. See you guys.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL-CN Conference and 8 from the WRL APAC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th. With 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action, who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed, citing team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals. while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO3 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's play.
Game 3, or rather Series 3. We're back, everybody, and that is going to be the time that we're going to be having our last match of the week. I'm excited to see what's going to happen here. This might be the longest game that we're going to have for today because it's against the first placer of APAC and also against Thunder Talk Gaming, who's right now rising up the ranks because of the recent changes.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, our last match is kind of what we anticipated to go the distance, right? Like, especially with KT.RY, like most of their wins really, especially against the Chinese teams, goes game 3. And that's not because KT.RY is inconsistent. It's because, you know, whatever playstyle they have prepared for, if it doesn't work, they go for necessary adjustments come game number 2, and come game number 3, they will ultimately win. So yeah, in this particular matchup, I expect the same thing to happen. If ever they win, it will really go the distance. You look into the lineup of Ratel, Docero, Luna, and Numel. They have been like a steady regular in our dream team for APAC every week, right? And for a good reason. And the reason why they're number 1 is because they are so solid and they can make plays ahead of the curve right now. Like, who's the next best team in APAC? Is it BRU? Is it NGX? Is it maybe even now? You will. I think it is safe to say that KT.RY is truly the number 1 team from APAC.
Yeah, they're the best team that we have right now, and really the reason why we can stand a chance against a lot of the China teams that we have right now. They have been quite lax. I can say that right now because they fought against Rare Atom during the last one. They lost first game against them. But I hope that in this game, they need to think about their enemy because on the hands of Soil, they might be surprised.
The Manhwa character. the guy with a perfect symmetry face. He's a very good looking guy, by the way. Anyway, Shin, XBY, Z, Soil, and SMY. Again, looking into this line of Thunder Talk, starting this tournament, not really too hot, right? Like, they were struggling for the most part, and I would actually have considered them as the bottom 4 teams. In fact, in the previous iterations of WRL, they were the team that did not qualify for the playoffs. So to see them improve this much just by adding a very good Dragon Laner is what excites me, because if anything, Z has been a very formidable mid laner that you can unlock further by having an additional threat, and that is the reason why Soil was brought to this team. Yeah,
and having Soil in the team just had this, honestly, probably the seasoning that this team needs in order for them to be a very great dish overall, because they have been quite bland during the start of this tournament. And because of Soil, I really don't want to say Soil. Because of Soil, they became complete as a team. And I hope that they could rise up the ranks, get to the playoffs, because right now in this state, I really love seeing Thunder Talk.
Dash's seasoning is Soil. Sure, man. Anyway, so we look into the stats, 52% all across the board for KT.RY. What are the chances that that's a mathematical
perfection
anomaly, I
right
guess.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, anomaly, I guess. Yeah, 52% for first dragon rate, first herald rate, for first tower rate. So we don't really have anything to take from this except for the fact that Thunder Talk really prioritized their first dragon, and that KT.RY is very good on the blue side. So that's one thing that we will be monitoring. Although one thing to note is that Thunder Talk is also very good at blue side. So whoever wins fight for side, maybe their favorite color will be blue.
Yeah. They also have blue on their icons anyway, so might as well just go for blue on both sides. But again, the head-to-head, Luna and Soil. These are the players that we need to look up. Soil has been, and as Otto said, an anomaly also for the Thunder Talk Gaming squad. Because, I don't know, just adding one gear on this machine that is Thunder Talk Gaming just made them perfect. And I do hope to see that 8-Pack would still perform. They have been lax, I'll tell you that. KT.RY have been relaxed during the past games that they had. I hope this isn't the time that they'd relax, because Thunder Talk could easily 2-0 them.
Yeah. This is definitely an uphill battle. Actually, I don't know. At least with the recent additions of Thunder Talk really has rise in my eyes when it comes to power rankings. Meanwhile, KT.RY is so solid. So maybe you're right? He cannot be lax against the opponent of this caliber. We remember Soil best with his Lucian play, right?
Yes.
Being able to destroy the laning phase of his opponent. And Luna is also a very good AP champion. You look at the stats right now, right? Like 71% KP damage and all that. But we go over to the other side of the head-to-head, and we have Manager Daw going against XY. I don't think I have ever called him Manager Daw, right? On broadcast. No, not yet. But
just off broadcast.
Just off broadcast. And also on Filipino broadcast, right? I call him Manager Daw. And that is my comic name for him. It's not, making fun of him. It's just because there was a Korean novella that got played here. And there was a character named Daw. Yeah. Didn't you know that was the...
What?
Didn't you know that...
I don't watch as much Korean novellas. That's why I don't really... I just choose my Korean novellas.
Yeah, okay. So Daw is a character from a specific Korean novella from many years ago. And he was a manager there. And he was being called often by the name Manager Daw in Tagalog dub. Okay, so that's how it was, right?
Okay.
Anyway, so looking at their play though, a 69% for the kill participation to the 66%. Their numbers is just numbers, really. But when it comes to playstyle, Daw has really evolved. I remember him best during his time when he was maining the Nunu and Willemp, because that's what he often abused back in the day. But now he has started to evolve, can play almost anything, and XY is also a very good jungler, because I remember that he was able to win the game against FPX by himself the last time out, right? You remember that play?
Yeah, and also I really do want to say that this players, Sheen and XY on the side of Thunder Talk Gaming, have been very underrated from the team, because they're always, most of the time, outshined by Z. But whenever it comes down to it, whenever Z falters, Shin and XY are the reasons why this team is afloat. And that's why I don't really want to underestimate Shin against Rattel. Rattel has been a solid rock for the team so far, yes. But Shin has also been doing the same thing for Thunder Talk Gaming.
You know what? I think this is one of the positive points for KT.RY. As impressive as Shin could be, I still think that, Rattel would win his lane easy. He has always been the star player of RY, right? But with the addition of Zero, it's kind of, the same situation with Z, where Rattel gets unlocked more. And one of the champions that I really am looking forward to that Rattel will be able to bring out and put out fire with, it's the Fiora, right? Every single time that I see him on the Fiora, I just stick to my phone, watch him play, and be in awe for the entirety of the game.
There's the trash talk sessions that I'm waiting for. I haven't seen this since a while though. We weren't able to catch everything.
Soil also gives me Helios vibes, by the way.
Right. I was about to say that though. I was about to say that during the last time we broadcasted, but I don't know if it's just in my eyes, but it's a good thing you confirmed that.
And you know why?
Why?
Because you cannot spell Helios without soil.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Huh?
That's true.
Uh-huh.
That's true.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You can call him Soile now. Soile. So
Dude, what are we doing? It is the last series syndrome. LSS.
But hey, everybody, we're still gonna go to a 1v1 before we head into our games. We're seeing them again
欢迎
back
单人路选手 in the solo
in the
lane
That's
league.
rock
Back-
first, bro.
Yeah, let's wait for the introductions first.
Yeah, let's go for the cat talk. And again, this is oh, no hearts. No.
下
Oh,
面让我们有请
okay.
拿
Yeah,
野
you
选
go
手
by the center.
in the
There's no one on the
jungle 小
right.
白
Damn. Anyway.
Yeah. And what I like about this though, why is there a difference between the first team and the third
接下来
team
让我们有请
having
中路选手
the hearts, or is
And the
Thunder Talk
million
Gaming
lead.
just introverts? That's why they didn't really go for the big
Man.
heartfelt moments from a while
I don't know. I don't know if
接
that's
下来让我们有请
best
射手
word to
选手
describe someone who
in the
doesn't
duo
celebrate love.
soil
But sure, man. Z is going to okay. Sorry. But yeah, sure, man. Like
最后让我们有请辅助选手
I had another
And the
thing
support
ready for you,
SMY.
but
What is
I got caught up. Oh, okay. I remember now. I just realized that I called K-drama Korean novella.
It's the
And I'm like-
Filipino term for it. So
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
honestly okay. It's
接
honestly
下来让我们有
okay.
请首尔 KT.RY
kind
But
of want to-
it's K-drama is the way
首先欢迎
better
单人
term,
路
honestly.
选手 in the solo lane
I
Rato
want to apologize to our audience.
下面有请打野选手
Oh.
Especially
in
for the
jungle
Korean
duo
fans out there.
Wait. What is
Yeah.
that?
接下来让我们有请
Symbol
中路
again,
选
like-
手 and the
Is that
million
like
zero
Lelouch?
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right.
接下来
You're
有
right.
请
You're
射
right.
手
Yeah,
选
yeah,
手
yeah, yeah,
in the
yeah.
duo and
Oh.
Luna
That's the Lelouch symbol.
I know my
What
pop
nerds
culture
we are.
references.
最
What
后有请
nerds
辅
we
助
are.
选
bro.
手
This
and
is
the
statue
support
of I don't
Normal.
know.
Maybe he's referencing a manhwa.
Oh, yeah.
there's the
Alright.
Mars. There's the
I
Mars.
thought 进入到召唤师峡谷之
I
中
thought
All the
no.
players are getting ready. Let's step
Yeah,
into the wild.
Michelle.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 1v1, everybody, and the ones that are gonna be fighting are gonna
Wait.
be Zero.
They have a new setup for KT.
For RY, right?
Yeah. Because I remember their setup was they are like the PC guys, where the 5 players
Yep.
being in a booth.
Lined up.
Yeah. But
You know
looks
what?
like that they have
The
something.
experience of being lined up like that.
Ah.
There, you know what? That lineup. If you're gonna be communicating on that lineup, like the top lane, mid, jungle, support,
Yeah?
it's not the most optimal setting. If you think about it.
No, never mind. It's the same setup.
Yeah.
It was just a backdrop. Okay. Anyway, so you were saying?
Yeah, it's not the most optimal setting because the most important people that need to talk every time are the junglers and support. So they are needed to be in the center.
Yeah.
Both the jungle and support. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, that's just it.
Yeah, as if they're not on voice comms. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not on voice comms, especially if they're not on earphones,
Yeah.
that will be hard. That will be hard.
I
But
think they
again,
are, right? Like
I hope so. I hope so.
The main use of the PCs is for the team comms. And the webcams as well, right? Like,
Yeah. I hope
And I
that's the
think
same
they're-
for RY though.
I think they're the only APAC team that does that. Right?
Ooh.
Most of our teams here from APAC, what they use is like the phones that was handed over to them by WRL Asia. Meanwhile, KT.RY again is sticking to their comfort and is utilizing their 5 PCs. Oh, by the way, we are now entering the fight for side, in where we will be seeing a matchup, a teaser of what is to come in the mid lane. Zero versus Z.
Yeah. A Jax versus a Camille. You know how this is going to turn out. You know how much we don't love to see Jax on 1v1 situations just because of the fact that Jax almost always loses the 1v1s. Yeah.
We'll see.
I hope Zero has something in store for us.
Oh. Nice. How did you see that lime sandals? Do you call it slip-ons, right? Is what you call it, not slippers. Slip-ons, right? Dude, I have to improve my garment in where the coach, because that in Korea and in China, they also coach the way you shot call. You cannot be excessive with the information that you provide, and sometimes being quiet is better than saying something irrelevant or that is not going to help the team communication. Much like in casting, right? It's better to stay quiet rather than saying the wrong thing. Just saying.
Yeah. Might as well just let it pass if ever it's gonna happen. I mean, that's why they have shot callers in the team, right? That's why they have shot callers, because it's gonna be important. It's an important role in the team, and most of the time, it's always given to the support, because supports have the most time looking at the map, and even the junglers.
Zero was brought in by KT.RY for his mechanics. I still remember the interview. Wild Rift League, not Wild Rift League, but Wild Circuit Asia Invitational was when KT.RY doubled down and said that Zero is their mid laner, and that was because his mechanics is so good. And I remember him best on his Zed. So this is actually a very good matchup player wise.
Yeah. But when it comes to the champions, we all know that Zero is going to be at a disadvantage, at least before he gets to level 5, right? Because the damage that Z could deal with the tactical sweep, just enough to whittle him down. Even maxing tactical sweep on this 1v1 is going to be enough, just because of the amount of sustaining damage that Z is going to get.
Also, like, Z has godlike mechanics. Oh, but that's actually a very good interaction that you can maximize. Plus, being able to jump over the plant. And it's a good thing that Zero was able to think in advance.
I can see an angle and where one more tactical sweep and a hook shot could definitely kill Zero here. And that is really what I'm looking at if ever Zero is not going to come back yet. This is going to be a free play for Z.
Yeah. I think, if I'm Z, I won't be leveling up my hook shot at level 3. I would most likely go for level 2 tactical sweep, and then 1 on precision protocol, and then that's it, right? Anyway, in terms of items, there is a disparity because, of course, Jorim's Fist, I think, is a better option than the Kindle Gem. But they kind of have the same idea, right? They want to go for the Divine Sunder.
Yep, going for the same first items, both sides. And this is what's really annoying when you're having a 1v1 against a Camille. The adaptive defenses is really hard to fight against, especially on 1v1 situations. Look at Exhaust popped already together with a barrier. Good thing he has a hookshot to run away from Zero. Whenever he has all the stacks in, it's gonna be a scary Jax.
At least, if anything, Jax has mixed damage, right? AP and AD. So, the second skill is magic damage, while the normal attacks, of course, is physical. Also, the ultimate is magic damage. So, if anything, the adaptive defense's advantages kind of gets negated or neutralized by a bit. I'm not saying, it gets neutralized completely, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. The back timings was perfect for Zero.
Yeah, sneaky.
Sneaky back timings just for him to force this wave out and go away as easy. Oh, that's a good wave crash right there.
Yeah, but Z actually had the opportunity to go for the hook shot, Hexacle to make the play. But he was just 1 minion away from leveling to 5. Had it been that he was level 5 by the time that he got back in, I won't be surprised if he did go for the Hexacle to make the play. Yeah. So Divine Sunder for both squads. You know what? I know it's a rough laning phase for the Jax, but I see the angle of Zero winning.
Yep. There is a chance for him to win unless he does something like this. Even with the Grandmaster's Might, Z is just going to run away. Just wait for the duration to actually pop. And after that, you can go in for another fight because the counter-strike is at the ready though. They can go for another hook shot. That's going to be the timing for Zero. The damage is going to be there with the barrier, but Z is still on an advantage.
Yeah. The longer this game goes, I really think the Zero might win.
Wait a second. Zero actually
defenses!
got to win the adaptive defenses and the fog. wasn't enough for Zero to survive there.
Yeah, he was pushed over by the hook shot to a safer spot. And so Z's auto attack did actually connect onto the minions. It's not an outplay. It's not a misplay by Z.
Yeah.
But more of Zero just being lucky. And he knows, like, he's smiling right now. And then his teammates is also kind of smiling. Because that's a lucky break for the mid laner of KT.RY.
Honestly, he was supposed to be dead. He was supposed to be dead if the fog didn't happen there. But again, what's great about what Zero is doing is just going in. No. But the punishment right here from Z is perfect. Getting him to half HP. On the next fight, he's not going to jump again with a leaf strike.
Z might just... tactical sweep, it hurts so much, yeah?
With no counter strike, that's going to be enough damage for Z. Tactical sweep together with the precision protocol. Zero has two things that he needs to think about every time.
And he already have used this ultimate because I see him glow up. That's my favorite Jax skin. And I know that I've sent you the clip of my favorite Jax moment.
yeah.
So
that was unexpected when I saw that.
There was a rioter that did comment. Did you see?
No, actually, I didn't see the comments. I just looked at the video.
I'm the next level. Next level.
Next level Jax.
Next level Jax, right. But that build is no longer viable. To those that are not aware of what I'm talking about, I used to build full AP Jax before. And try to one-shot squishy champions. I was successful in doing so just by empowering my second skill. And combining it with my leap strike, I can delete champions off of the map. But that was made possible because I had double Rabadons, which right now you can't do anymore.
Yeah, it's not really possible right now in this patch, but Zero, Grandmaster's Month. Wait, what? No damage?
Yeah. A lot of resistances, remember. The ultimate of the Jax gives you good resistances, and also add to the fact that I think this is really max tactical sweep.
Yeah.
So precision protocol, especially through damage, won't really be as hurtful as you expect it to be. Zero has to be careful. He has the aggro of the minions.
Counter strike is at the ready with no more counter strike, but with the damage from the grass and the Divine Thunder, Z is gonna be forced to recall.
You know what? Zero might just force the sudden death, and from that point, oh no, Z
taking their time. Tactical sweep. Oh wait, he actually went in. This is not good. With the precision protocol, he might be dead here with a tactical sweep from Z, and that's gonna be the kill. That's gonna be a tower taken down for sure.
I think so, because there is a cannon minion. It's
Wait a second.
becoming a little bit more dicey because the cannon minion cannot push over to the tower. And so Z has to respect. Imagine losing just because the cannon minion wasn't able to get himself in position to hit the tower. That's so sad. Oh, you see the enchant?
Meteor enchant. Yeah, that's perfect. Because you can't deal damage anyway. Whenever you push the Hextech ultimatum, then just use the Meteor enchant. At least I'm gonna be dealing damage.
True. It's not just the Renekton's or the dinosaur. Oh, it's being used as a wave clearing tool. Smart from Z.
Yes, time to actually take this tower down. Even if he doesn't care about where Zero is, he can take this tower down if ever he wants to.
That is an over-respect by Z, I think. Yeah. I think Z actually had it in the bag, because what he could have used is his Hextech ultimatum to drop the aggro if it ever if it ever happens. Anyway.
Oh, he baited it out. Wow. The counter strike's down. Zero is dead here for sure. Yeah. Boom.
You look at Z. Z is all smiles, and also Zero knows that he is at a disadvantage at that point. Surrendering the first blood, and also again laning phase was a little bit hard.
It's honestly
anything.
Hard.
Yeah, if anything, that has just proven again our point. Jax isn't really that champion, yeah.
Yeah. People always have this respect with Jax. Even in the competitive scene, people have been respecting the Jax a lot more right now. But I we do believe, I think, we do believe that there are better champions out there right now, other than the Jax.
You know what it felt like to me?
What?
He lacks 5 AD. That's it.
Is the 580 gonna help him out?
I really think so. You know, it's a meme, but sometimes, because he's in a state that you cannot overbuff him, right? Because
Yeah.
if you overbuff him, what would happen is that it will just be the Jax meta all over again.
Yeah.
He's still being utilized, which is good. But I imagine that it's not really going to be a fun experience if you play it on solo queue, right?
Yeah. It's
'Cause
still
you won't be able to win your lane, and it's not often that you will be reaching the late game on solo queue anyway. Like,
Yeah.
my 4 teammates will be just running down mid, so I don't know.
That is true. That is so true. That is a big possibility whenever you're
On solo queue.
Yeah, on solo queue. They're just gonna run towards mid every time. But again, this game, we're gonna be going to draft everybody. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, especially Roster Y. Because what I've seen from Roster Y so far, they're a team that starts slow. They're gonna be giving the first game, and after that, game 2, game 3, they come back from it.
Wow. You really think they want to get to give away the first?
But that's the problem. They shouldn't give it to Thunder Talk.
How many times have they played 3 games? Okay, so Cerberus Esports, NGX, EDG, so that's 3. FPX is number 4, and then Rare Atom. So that's already 5 times that they have surpassed the 2-game limit. And in those times that they were able to win with just 2 games, they were against Invade, they were against Fennel, the prior Fennel version. They lost against WBG 0-2. They lost against J Team 0-2. So about this, okay, Thunder Talk, what is at stake is that by winning this, they kind of improve their record. And I will be doing the math real quick here. Cover for me, Dash, as I try to look into the standings out the Chinese conference and see if this will finally break them into the playoff spot.
Ooh, that's a good thing. Okay, yeah. So now let's take a look at the bans, everybody. Thunder Talk Gaming and Rollstar Y. Look at the respects that they have. Zero being respected here, banning even Visa, Zed, even a Fiora. The respect that they have for Shin and X-By, and even Z picking up this Fiora is there. So there's a big possibility that on the side right here of Rollstar Y, they can also ban the Yone or even the Gwen. Because a lot of carries can be utilized here by the side of Thunder Talk Gaming. And that's what I'm scared of. And yeah, I think a Camille is way better of a ban here. But they still have a lot of things to pick. Shen getting picked by X-By. Hello, as you said.
Yeah,
this
that
is hard.
One of the champions that can really throw off whatever plans you may have. But anyway, I have just reviewed the Chinese conference standings, and indeed, if they ever win this, they will improve their record to 6-5. Good for the number 8 spot, and they will be pushing WHG down to the number 9 spot. So if you're Thunder Talk, you kind of want to win this, right? Like, after starting the season in a not so hot state, they have turned things around and is just trying to get wins after wins after wins.
Yeah. From what I'm seeing from Thunder Talk, yeah, I was expecting a Varus getting picked here, but on them, I think they can do the same thing that Weibo has done during the last game, having Shen pick up the Galio, then get an assassin or even a holder of the Shen in the mid lane. There's a Gwen, a Yone, a possibility that they could pick that still for Z.
Maybe, well, the Jax is on the other side, yeah. But Jax is, again, a champion by Rattel that is often used as a defensive option. Just trying to make sure that, those 2v1s won't be an easy assassinate for the other side. Now that the Yone has been locked in, it is very much possible that this Yone is going to be played by Z. Because oftentimes, when you draft the Yone, you kind of want to give it to your best player.
Yep. And that player will be carrying you throughout the rest of the game. And on the hands of a great player like Z, it's a big chance for them to actually do that. Now with Roster Y just losing a lot of the jungler. I like that they banned the Kazakhs on Thundertalk Gaming because that's one of the best counters against a Yone. And without that, Dog doesn't really have a lot of options anymore to counter this Yone.
I also have noticed that Thundertalk did prioritize the Yone over their support pickup, and that's the reason why KT.RY responded by taking away the Nautilus and the Galio. But I looked into the stats of SMY, and he's one of those players that has played the Braum, right? So that's always going to be an option for him. And if he can play the Braum, then definitely he can play the Alistar. But like in this particular scenario, don't you want the Braum? Because the Braum would easily activate a lot of your melee comrades.
And even a Yone especially though.
Yeah.
It would be
Oh,
really
Rakan.
helpful.
Okay,
But
never
picking
mind.
up the Rakan is also good because at least you can get to the backline pretty easily. And also, when you have a Yone, that's a really good combo that you can have, that you can easily pull off just because of how the quickness and the grand entrance works. So now with this, Thundertalk is just going to pick a safe laner, and a Garen is a good safe laner.
Quick stats. This is going to be the 4th time that SMY will be playing the Rakan, and all of them are actually wins. So a very good luxury to have if you are Thundertalk.
Olaf. I'm really looking into the Olaf if that could have been a good pick for Roster Y. Because yes, they do have a lot of CC on the side of Thundertalk, but that Olaf could really easily be destroyed by everybody on the side of Thundertalk Gaming.
Yeah, especially Garen, right? Like the main reason why you kind of draft the Garen to soft counter the Olaf is because you can just easily execute. Olaf tends to grow stronger the lesser HP he has. Oh, by the way, the viewer support rating is rearing in towards Thundertalk. Yesterday, I saw a 50-50.
Really?
Yeah. Like, dudes are... I don't know.
I honestly think that there's a big fan base of Thundertalk Gaming. Because every time I see them play, Thundertalk Gaming has more viewer support rating than most teams. Even the top higher echelons of Chinese teams, they will always have the bigger support rating. Because, I don't know why. I think people are really big fans of Z here on the side of Thundertalk.
And also, I think that's because of Soil. Maybe
you have a main character though. Yeah, you're gonna root for the main character every time.
I mean, I hope we understand Chinese and go to their social media platforms, specifically Weibo, because that's...
I honestly want to see the banters from these Chinese scenes. That's what I want to know whenever they go for those banters every time. But again, everybody, this is going to be the fight, the last game of the day, or rather series of the day, Roster Y against Thundertalk Gaming. It's going to be an exciting fight because with what I'm seeing from Roster Y, this is the classic full CC composition that everybody goes for in APAC. But I do hope it works against Thundertalk. Not sure if it's gonna be there, everybody, but I am really excited to see how Nomel and especially the supports that we have as in Y from Thundertalk actually would be playing around this, because it's gonna be an important play that we need to see here. Because right now, with what we're seeing from Thundertalk Gaming, having the Shen, especially on the Chinese conference, they really love to pick up their Shen just because of the fact that you can't really dive anybody once he hits level 5. You always need to go for the risk back against every member from the side of Thundertalk Gaming here. And having a Yone in the mid lane makes it way harder, because once he gets the resources that he needs, he can just Fate Seal inside the members right here of Roster Y, and it's gonna be a real headache for Roster Y fighting against that. Now, what are they gonna do here? There's not a lot of options for them to get a win against the members of Thundertalk Gaming, because remember, Roster Y doesn't have a lot of damage now. So with this composition, what they can do is at least get the early game in their favor, and once they get the early game in their favor, it's all gonna snowball right there and then. But the problem here is, would they have the the firepower to do that.
Solo.
I'm not really sure, but Z actually gets a knock-up to get the kill.
Wait, that's a solo bolo in the mid lane. That is Z just doing the same thing that he did during the fight for side, in where he just got the number of 0. Huh. Not a pun, by the way. But Z is now again demanding a very good respect from the opposing side, because now if you're KT.RY, you kind of have to help Zero in this lane.
Yeah, the problem when you're fighting against Z, if you're thinking of neutralizing the lane against an ace player, that's not the best thing you can do. You need to fight him. You need to fight him. And when you're picking up a Wukong, a very conservative lane, Z could just farm. And that's not what you want to happen.
Yeah, which is something that I kind of interested as to how this happened, right? I wasn't paying attention too much towards the draft of KT.RY because I'm more concerned as to how Thunder Talk will approach this drafting. But you look at how Thunder Talk did it, right? Like, they have gifted over and prioritized this Yone to be picked up by Z, and that's how they did it. And it's now paying dividends for their squad. Getting a first blood lead overall is already a message sent to the other side that you don't have the luxury to play safe against me.
Yeah. And the problem here is, though, is whenever we're talking about Chinese teams, so whenever someone picks up this ad, especially their best player, like Long, like here we have C, they're sure gonna deliver. And honestly, if that's the case, you should just ban the Yone. Yone is just such an easy access to a CC and damage source on the side of the Thunder Talk here.
Yeah, SMY also doing work, but on the top side, Shin.
Going for the fight here. Barrier has been popped already. They have the Stand United, a barrier on their side too. And that's why Shin isn't forced away even on the hands of Daw and Rattel.
That's kind of late though, right? If you're X-Spy. I think Shin was already safe. And if you are to use the Stand United, you kind of have to use it instantly. Just to get that reverse Uno card is what I was trying to say. By the way, SMY was able to get 2 tower plates bot lane. And 1 tower plate here in mid lane. And another tower plate possibly to be had here in the bot lane with a Demolisher Khan.
And they gave it to Z. That's the problem here, though. They're giving a lot of resources onto Z. I think Zero is not the answer here, everybody. Don't put Zero against Z because he's getting a lot of plates and he's getting a lot of resources. That's not what you want to happen when you're fighting against a Yone.
I think Zero has to revisit his champion choice. I guess that's it. I mean, he is again one of the best mechanical players in the mid lane. That we have from APAC. Oh, look at Shin. What an annoying person. Like, dude. What?
And he's using the Gary too. That's double down on it. That's why he can't even run away now. So he's gonna be here top side though. Flash is available for Shin, so he can still get away from this fight. I think he doesn't even need to use it, and that's enough. They have no Mel going for the explosive gas. Soil is gonna fall down. No follow-up whatsoever from the side of Thunder Talk. But they already got the dragon to their side.
Yeah, that's a good answer though for KT.RY. If they ever secure this Red Herald, then that is definitely going to be a trade-up. They're trying to target Shin.
Yeah, they have the Stand United though. Are they going to be taking down Shin? They have X-Spy go in for the Shadow Dash. They got the kill already on Rattel. Rattel's down. It's going to be an advantage right here to their side because they have enough damage on the side of Thunder Talk Gaming.
Here comes Z.
Zero is a bit too late. They have the Cyclone coming in. X-Spy is going to be his target to ignite this on his head, but the Shadow Dash is going to be used. Zero is going to be still here onto the back line, but they don't have enough damage. That's going to be a great grand entrance to the kill to the side of Thunder Talk, and they still got the Rift Herald in the end.
3 people down immediately for the side of KT.RY. Thunder Talk has just broken open this game. Like, the dudes from Thunder Talk really has found the missing piece in Soil. Just by being able to have that additional threat, SMY is now free to roam. X-Spy on the Shen is also always reliable. And then you have a superstar in the mid lane in Z. So everything is really going in the favor of Thunder Talk. 6 minutes and 30, and APAC representatives number 1 is really struggling right now. Let's look into this replay. This is the kill that KT.RY was able to get. Oh, that's why. Okay, I get it now, right? It's not Soil's fault. It is Nomel just being good at the game. Was able to use the body slam into a flash in a very awkward angle. As we look into this replay once again, just so easy to execute. You spin, and then you win by just pressing the ult if you are the Garen. That's it.
And this is what's hard about the Olaf, though. Whenever you have an Olaf, the timing of the Ragnarok is going to be always important. And during this last fight, Z was able to get away with a great knock-up here just because of that grand entrance coming in from SMY. What a perfect combination from team there.
3 people got knocked up. 2 kills went to Z. And so now Z has like what? 3 kills, 4 kills, full plates bot lane, full plates mid lane. What else can you ask for if you're Z?
7k gold lead to the side of Thunder Talk. Roster Y, they don't have the tools to come back from this. I'll be honest with you, because they don't have a lot of damage in this composition anyway. Yes, they have Luna, but it'll take a long time for Luna to be relevant in this game. And the problem here is SMY has his eyes on Luna every time that he's gonna be on the map.
I'm looking into the item choices by Soil as well, and he's almost there towards the edge of night. But he was able to manage to squeeze in an Executioner's Calling, which is not often we see, right? Ooh.
Timing from Z with the Fate Seal wasn't able to hit.
Asserting dominance.
Yeah. And now with this, every lane is being dominated. They're going to be taking top lane to the side. With this Demolish, it's going to be way easier.
Yeah, SMY's Demolish may have just had the most value of all Demolishes I've ever seen so far in WRLA. And that's coming from a supporter Khan.
Yeah. He went to every lane, gave them all the plates, and that's why everybody has a lot in their bank right now. What Roster Y can do, try to take down a tower, but it might be a little bit too late because no more platings are in.
Yeah, there's a flank by Z.
Yeah. Oh! Was able to get onto 2. Knockup is going to be there on the next one, though, but Z is going to be able to get one onto the backline with Soul, and that's going to be a kill. But the last one left has been taken to, and that's 2-0 for Thunder Talk.
Did not even need to use the Fate Seal. I think it is, or it was on cooldown at that point, but that is still a very good kill, a very good flanking from SMY. You can actually say that, you know, if Z ever does not get the MVP in this game, SMY could just easily grab it, right? Like, this guy is everywhere, and he's making a lot of flashy plays.
Yeah. Leaps and bounds. Oh, almost getting it with the Mega Inferno Bomb, but still not in the end. Everything that could go wrong for Roster Y went wrong here. Thunder Talk Gaming is just capitalizing on the 10k gold lead on 9 minutes.
You look at his upside. The Rift Herald is going to spawn up, so the classic move is to trade up. Go for trades.
Just try to take a tower, try to take bot lane, even get a bonus Shin to their side, but they don't even care. They don't even need Shin. They just need to take the tower, but with what I'm looking at with SMY, this is too aggressive though. He wants to go in, but it's body slam to counter him out. Wasn't able to go through with the Stand United. They're going to be killed one by one. The Shadow Dash is there to help, but Michelle is going to fall. And Thunder Talk Gaming is looking at everybody from Roster Y like they're gold coins that they need to collect.
Super Mario experience from Thunder Talk is what is happening right now, right? Like every single one of them is already a kill threat. You look at SMY, he's just jumping in, jumping out, and is just terrorizing the formation of KT.RY. You look at the Dragon, it's already being secured by Thunder Talk. By the way, I just wanted to call out the fact that XY did use the Stand United on towards Soil rather than SMY. I think that's, you know, that's a misplay, but did not really come and hunt them. Because imagine if it was the Shen that was able to, you know, imagine if SMY was the Shen deliverer, right? It would have been easier to get a multi-man taunt. But that wasn't needed by Thunder Talk to really even further their lead. And at 11k, 11 minutes, we're looking at a 1k per minute goal lead, dude. It's unheard of, and it is against the #1 team of APAC in KT.RY.
This is what I'm telling you. Thunder Talk is a big contender right now in the Chinese conference, and this is such a scary team. Getting this, even a lot of the Chinese conference teams weren't able to get this much of an advantage against Roster Y. And look at this, 12k gold lead in 11 minutes. That's just Thunder Talk right there.
they have to revisit their priorities. Jack's first rotation isn't really going to cut it against the best teams here in WRLA. Undertalk.
Too aggressive though, Stand United. They have SMY. They already had the charm with the quickness. It's not going to be enough damage. Backline though has been breached, and Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be able to take the kill. Axby is going to be next. Rolls.RY looking for some kills, and they were able to collect them. 3 more members are standing. Are they going to be able to get more? They were able to get 1, but the Chain of Corruption, Ratel might fall down here. They still have a lot of things to cover right here from Thundertalk Gaming. They don't have enough damage at this point, but Rolls.RY is respecting Soil. So that's why they're running away. Shin still wants to fight. Are they still going to go through? They're not, because they need to respect Rolls.RY at this point.
Yeah, kudos to KT.RY and still being able to make a play work for them, but you kind of sense what they're trying to do. They're grouping as 5, trying to get a skirmish win for themselves, which is kind of slowing things down. But if you're Thundertalk, all you have to do is to dissect the map, right? And even if you lose a member, if there is someone on the other side of the map taking or getting some pressure in, then Zero or maybe even Ratel won't be able to join the party, right? And that is how you break the formation of KT.RY. You look at this, right? They're still trying to get some sneaky picks here and there, but they're not going to pull the trigger as of yet.
Very smart from Rolls.RY, trying their best to get a shutdown from Thundertalk, but in this advantage that they have, it's really not much if ever they get 1,000 gold shutdown gold against Thundertalk, because it's still an 11k gold lead and 3 items already onto Z. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna try, which is okay, but this is an angle that it's still gonna be hard for Rolls.RY.
Yeah, it's a case of too little, too late. Yeah, unless they do like a barrage of comeback attempts, and if Thundertalk kind of helps them in the process as well, because you cannot come back from this big of a hole without the help of your opponent. And Thundertalk does know this. You can go wrong with a 50-50. We have seen this, right? Like, I've seen this before. But
many times, but the Chain of Corruption is going to get the kill on Luna. Ignite is sticking on his head, but he's still going to be surviving for a bit. But now Rolls.RY, with that, they know a lot of ultimates have been invested. They can go for another fight here.
141 HP left on the tower here in the bot lane. Thundertalk wisely just backs away from the only lose condition that they have in the game, which is the Baron. Because all they have to do is to wait for the 3rd dragon, force a team fight, and they will absolutely dumpster KT.RY in a 5v5 scenario. The only reason why KT.RY was able to win top lane was because they had the man advantage and was able to target down Z off of a very good Mega Inferno Bomb. But I don't think that is easy to replicate. So Thundertalk, again for me, it is just an issue of them just waiting for this Ocean Dragon to appear and then get those juicy stats for your entire team.
Yeah, and Rolls.RY would be impatient here because of the vision that Thundertalk has here. They have enough information on where they are. They're not at the bottom side of the map, so they might be threatening something else. So with this, I think Thundertalk has their goals in their sights, and what they want is to get this triple Drake in their favor. But now they're starting. Shin is at the area. He's going to be seeing Rolls.RY with what they're looking for, and they're not going to be able to do it.
I kind of like this though from KT.RY. They're trying to force Thundertalk into a decision. Do you want the permanent 3rd dragon, or do you want to challenge us here in the Baron? You know what I would do if I'm Thundertalk? I would just be sending one person to clear this dragon, and then have that 4-man threat towards the Baron side. But looks like the KT.RY is content with the blue buff, a blue buff for a dragon. This is what happens when you're so far behind.
Yeah, we really don't have a lot of things to work for. Wait, SMY. Okay.
Whoopsie.
Oopsie, yeah. Stand United. Already used. Zero is going to be left here with the Wukong. Even with the Cyclone, it's not going to help you out because the Demolition Justice is going to be there with a Face Shield onto 1. That's going to be another kill to the side.
Okay.
And SMY is looking to force the backside, but is not going to be able to do anything much here.
Yeah, the only thing that they can do is a miraculous seal coming from Luna or Nomel or Ratel. Outside of that, this is definitely a GG go next angle.
5-man strong. Knockup's gonna come in, and they're not gonna be surviving. The Mel is gonna be left alone here. This Baron is gonna be taken by the other side. They still have the Mega Inferno Bomb to work with, but they are not gonna use it at this time because they're being forced back. Nomel doesn't have any mana. He's gonna be dying, and Ratel is trying to survive, but the Baron has already been taken by Thundertalk. And that's just a GG angle for the
Yeah.
side right here at Thunder Talk. And this is what we're saying, Autolus. This team is scary right now at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, current form, dude. They are talking their talk, right? Walking their talk. They're like the lightning talk. I don't know what else should I call them, because they are definitely a different team now from what we've seen before. Thunder Talk will just break this Nexus, get that 1-0 against the number one team from APAC in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah. That was a heartbreaking win for a lot of the APAC fans out there. And that is just shows much more on how Thunder Talk Gaming is right now and less on how Roster.Y is playing right now in this tournament. Maybe even a bit of both, because Thunder Talk Gaming just played that game so well. They played all their advantages in their favor, and Roster.Y just had a hard time because they don't really have the tools to fight against Thunder Talk during that game.
I kind of expected more from KT.RY, but as you said, sometimes, or most of the times, really, KT.RY slows down or starts a series in a very slow manner, and then will start to rack up the needed momentum to force a game number 3, and then come game number 3, they will clutch it out. The main reason why I think, they will be trying better now is because of I think you know what I'm trying to talk about, right? Like, their brothers from the LCK fell down just yesterday, and they kind of want to at least lift the spirits up of their Korean brothers. But KT.RY in this game number 1 was outmatched, was outperformed, and every single member of Thunder Talk had something to do with it.
Yeah, and this is also with the playstyle that the Chinese conference has, right? Because they really know how to play their objectives. They really have that discipline every time. Sometimes they overstep, but when they get this advantage, they're just gonna snowball. And also, even if they lose the early game, they know how to come back, and that's what's great about them. And also, they're really waving their flags, because right now too, talking back on what happened for LCK on MSI, LPL versus LPL on the MSI finals.
Yeah, it's happening right now, right? But do not go anywhere. Just here, join us, right? Like let's finish the road. We have a maximum of 2 games, and this being a mobile game, it is expected that every game would last 20 minutes, 25 minutes max. So it should be a lot faster. And that I think is the reason why you kind of want to follow Wild Rift Esports. Those lull state or lull time in where champions are farming in the mid lane, bot lane, and top lane, you don't have to worry about that, because here minute number 1 supports are rotating. When we look into the MVP, Z gets the prize 4-1-5, starting the game 2-0-1, and starting the game with a solo kill was Z-esque.
Getting that solo kill was a pretty important start for them, though, especially if you're fighting against a Wukong and you're a Yone. And that's the reason why they were just able to snowball it in their favor. But also, one thing that I was surprised of in this game, Shin had the most damage in this game. On a Garen, everybody, on a Garen.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I hope that sometime soon, Garen gets nerfed again. Everyone, because Garen is back in the game and it's really dominating the Rift right now. I hope he gets nerfed in the future, maybe 4.2, maybe.
Okay.
But again, what?
Yeah, all right, I'll give my thoughts as soon as we come back. Go ahead, Dash.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's just go in that thought once we come back, everybody. But again, we're just gonna be taking a short break before we head into our next game. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asian is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team.
Is this gonna be a 2-0 day, or are we gonna be going for a game 3? We all know that Roster.Y always goes for a game 3, comebacks from game 2, clutches it on game 3. Are they gonna do it right now on this newly formed Super Saiyan 3 form of Thunder Talk Gaming? I'm really scared for Roster.Y at this point.
I think they have to put some yellow hair on their logo.
Yeah.
The dudes they really are outperforming themselves right now. Like Thunder Talk, their turnaround is very well documented. The last time out though that they lost was kind of understandable because that was against WBG, in where they faced against WBG that played the funnel all-in strategy. Game number 1, and then come game number 2, they faced against the Varus of Chi. So one would say that that those losses do not count because again that I think is something that you can easily fix with proper planning. But here against KT.RY, they are just brute forcing everything, right? Like they immediately just logged in one of the champions that would unlock their superstar mid laner. And it paid dividends 1 minute and 30 in by getting that solo kill against a level 4 Zero.
And Zero with a Wukong doesn't really have the tools to actually fight back even if he's on a deficit. That's not how you actually play the Wukong, and now they respect the Yone on their side. I was expecting them to actually pick up the Yone themselves rather than banning it against Thunder Talk.
Yeah, but the thing here is you kind of lock yourself in if you do that, right? Like, Daw is not going to pick it up. I don't know. But I just feel that if you are also not practiced on it, you better not pick it up. Yeah, Kali, good catch. Dash is going to be prioritized here by KT.RY. But there's like a lot of options for Thunder Talk. They can just go for the Nautilus plus the Varus once again.
Oh no!
And then
No.
we just get reminded that there is a champion that got left open. That is going to be the Camille that can easily go to Z.
Yeah. Even if it's not on Z, once they get hold of another priority champion, which is usually going to be the Galio, this is going to be a really hard fight for Rolls-Royce. Even if they have the Akali, what is an Akali going to do when you get Hextech Ultimatum?
None. Yeah.
It's not a lot that you can do there.
Yeah. KT.RY has responded by taking away the Ziggs, but the Varus has already been locked in here by Thunder Talk, so it does necessarily mean that they are not really too panicky in going for the Galio right away. In fact, KT.RY will dare them to lock in the Galio. So we'll see if Thunder Talk goes and responds and locks in the Galio this time, because if you are Thunder Talk, your support on the Rakan was everywhere, right? And I think, you know, it was the perfect champion for him at that game. Being able to demolish multiple structures as well just accelerated their goal lead.
Still a possibility here for KT having Zero pick up the Akali to the side, which is a really good asset for this team. Giving these champions to Zero is always important because, you know, Zero could carry you throughout the game whenever he holds an assassin on his hands. But again, Thunder Talk Gaming are ready for that. That's why they pick up the Camille and the Galio. And now, the way to hold in is how are you going to counter the next threat? Because Z is going to pick up another carry if ever the Gwen is a possibility here for Thunder Talk.
I'm also looking into a possibility of Thunder Talk drafting, you know, the bruisers to really just further augment the Camille, like the Olaf, right? Because KT.RY won't have the opportunity to lock in the Olaf. If you pick the Olaf into this lineup, that's just going to be a disaster. So Olaf and Garen are the two picks I'm looking at for both sides. Because those are the two things that I think will be very beneficial. KT.RY, why ban the Xin Zhao?
Banning the Xin Zhao? I'm not sure about that though.
Yeah, me too.
I really don't see an angle in how Thunder Talk is gonna use that, but yeah, I'm not excited whenever I see Jax, but if they don't really need to have any damage anyway, so a safe laner is good enough. But yep, that's better. Pick up the Wukong. That's better.
I think I kind of remembered why they prioritized. They targeted the Xin Zhao because that was a champion in where KT.RY just dismantled FPX. I remember that game, right? You remember that game?
Yeah, I remember that game. KT.RY has a teammate named Shin, so a Xin Zhao is really out there. Now with the Kha'Zix available to the side of Rolls-Royce, is this going to be enough of full assassin composition on a Galio and a Camille? This is going to be hard. Yeah, that's way better. That's way better.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
No. Sure.
Now Thunder Talk. Who?
Oh, what are his picks?
They're playing with my feelings right now, but that is ultra safe, man. Going for the Garen and the Wukong on the same draft. That's okay though. Like, you have the Camille, you can easily engage, and plus this Garen will most likely go to the Baron lane, just trying to absorb the pressure and possibly be a threat against Rattel's Jax. We have seen this movie before, right? Thunder Talk loves his matchup. The Jax against the Garen will most likely favor the Garen unless it reaches the late game status and where the Garen will just accept a lot of bonks from the Jax. But overall, if I look into the draft of both sides, just the fact that the Chinese team was able to get their hands on a Camille, it's not... you know what I'm wondering of?
What?
Camille, how often does it get left open during scrims?
Yeah.
Right?
Because honestly, when you don't really see a lot of Camille's anyway, it's not easy. It's not easy to practice Camille, right? Because it's not open every time.
Yeah.
Especially in the tournament itself, because Camille is always going to be banned.
Yeah. Because if you're going to, how should I call this? Prioritize strategies to practice with your team, right? When you see Camille Are you really going to invest too much time or enough time for your team to have a practice with a Camille? Or are you going to just trust the senses of your pro players that they will be able to remember on how to play with a Camille? Because it's not really that difficult, right? It's not going to be a champion that will beat overcomplicated. It's a plug and play champion. We all know that, right? Hextech Ultimatum, being able to catch one, and that is it, right? But still, you can make a case that, hey, not every team would have enough practice with it and against it. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, and one of the problems though with the Camille though is not how you play with the Camille. It's how you play against the Camille. It's really hard. Yeah, it's really hard to play against the Camille because most of the time there's not a lot of counter plays that you can go for the Camille, which is why it's really hard to play against it. And that's why people just ban it because it's really hard to counter the Camille. But again, I was about to say though, with the composition that the Thunder Talk Gaming has, on paper, I don't like it because they don't have a lot of damage sources. I don't see Camille as a big damage source, but with what Soil is doing right now, it won't be a problem.
So did he just pop his ghost to get that auto attack in and basically end this laning phase in his favor, right? Luna is still level 3 and at least this is the Varus, non-delusion, so he's not going to be bullied out of the lane. But if anything, he still has to be careful because SMY is already here. Nomel kind of responds so well, and they were able to spot the. By the way, they were able to pull the Krugs, which kind of delays Daw's tempo.
Yeah, got the vision right there on the Krugs, and they're gonna be going for the full clear too on Daw. But with Luna and on the bot lane, it's still gonna be easy for them to just wave clear this. Now the problem still lies. How are they going to be fighting on the first objective? Because remember, these champions that they have are really heavy on the resources. This Akali, this Jax doesn't really deal a lot of damage. So they won't really have a lot of tools. So they're just going to give it to Thunder Talk.
I think it's all about, trading, right? KT.RY will go for the Red Herald. And then Thunder Talk will go for the Dragon. They kind of went to try a play here on the bot lane. They weren't successful in doing so, but man, oh man, if anything, like Soil has really been a very good laner. Like, I imagine the struggles to face against this guy.
Yeah, especially when you're playing as Ziggs.
Yeah.
And where you don't really have a lot of counterplay except to satchel him away. After that, he's just gonna walk in again because he has the advantage in lane every time. Which is why I am looking at all of the Dragon laners. Whenever you're facing against Soil, don't pick the Ziggs. Because most of the time, you're going to be losing the lane.
Yeah, just try to find something else, right? Anyway, so there was a graphic that was shown just a while back. It says 29% damage, or 29% of the damage that Thunder Talk did during game number 1 was because of the Garen of Shin. And I was about to say something before we went to the break, right? Like,
right.
I think, the most balanced state of a Garen is if he cannot really deal that much damage and if he can easily get countered by marksmen. But what I thought, I mean, you look at this play, right? Like, he's so tanky to a point that no one can assassinate him fast, and that is understandable because that is supposed to be the role of a Garen. But also by being able to dish out a good amount of damage is what makes it ridiculous right now.
Yeah. Honestly, at this stage, the only reason why Garen could get away with this is because of the meta. Because it's a bruiser meta that Garen could just shine the most. Even if you nerf as much as you want with the Judgment, it's still not going to be there. But there you go. Chain of Corruption is going to hit together with the Justice Punch. No Mel still surviving for a bit. The Mega Inferno Bomb still doesn't deal a lot of damage. And Thunder Talk is just going to get away with a kill.
Wait, he didn't have vision in that bush. So maybe there was like a slight second in where the Nautilus did show up that he was about to enter that bush. But what presence of mind coming from Soil? He was the one responsible in making that play possible because his Chains of Corruption connecting onto the Nautilus, that's an easy target to get by. Now we look into this play and Shin is just trying to be an annoying Garen. But we are already nearing a point in where the first few objectives will spawn up. One thing to note is that, Chains of Corruption might not be available.
Yeah. Without the chain of corruption, that could be a really hard sell for me. That they could probably win on the side of Roll.RY in this fight as long as they don't get killed. But Shin, too overbearing on the top side of the map. It could get kicked, and that's what's gonna happen. He was kicked, and now he's under the turret, and this is too aggressive for him. That's gonna be a free Rift Herald to the side of Roll.RY.
Yeah, well, as intended, right? Like, it is going to indeed be a trade, but KT.RY is trying to be an annoying presence here in the dragon, and is just trying to cheap away their health, trying to get, you know, advantages here and there, just so that did you see Luna's health burst?
Chain of corruption though, and that's no Mel gonna be taken down easily.
Like, Luna's health burst also disappear right away. Soiled, man. He's really a threat right now. 2 kills to the side of Thunder Talk was made possible by this guy. And now Thunder Talk, they don't even have to use Z's presence. And that, I think, is the best evolution that you can ask for Thunder Talk, right? Just the fact that not every threat has to be Z.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a win. What a change up. Or what a glow up, I guess, is the proper term for Thunder Talk.
This is what OMG is striving for as a team, and Thunder Talk was able to realize it. And that's a mark of a great team right here for the side of Thunder Talk, because they are able to make use of the presence of Z. A lot of pressure is going to go to the side of Z, and the other members are going to be shining themselves, which is why this team has a lot of players that you need to look at. Not even a lot of them are very resource heavy, because Z is the resource heavy player, because he needs to really get a lot of resources, even in the hands of Soil.
Oh,
wait, Chain of Corruption, too aggressive from Soil. I thought he was going to be hitting that Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, but I think that was a misplay. I think the Flash, so he kind of wanted to channel the Chains of Corruption into a Flash. But I think he kind of messed up the combo. But yeah, is it really going to affect their play in the next few minutes? Because we don't have any objective to fight for.
Yeah, Rattel with a counter-strike. This is not going to be helpful for them. The Hex ultimate cancels out to that charge. Here comes the Hero Sentence to help him out. That's going to be it. Without the knockup, it's going to be Rattel going to be taken down. But they have a 1-for-1 right now. That's still going to be good for Thunder Talk. But a Cyclone onto the backline, they were able to get one. Luna's going to be next. They have the Cyclone onto Nomel. Shield of Duran is not going to hit. That's not enough damage in order for them to get the kill, but still 2-for-1 for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, blue buff Soil, by the way. So lots of arrows coming your way. KT.RY, X-By trying to get extra cheeky here. They could dive. Okay, Soil missing that Chains of Corruption means that that's the time to disengage. But X-By is trying to take out a red buff and was able to just decoy over the wall. What a change, by the way, for the Wukong, because back in the day you couldn't do that, right?
Yeah. That was a really great change, though. That gives Wukong an option to go for the jungle, and honestly, really important change that they had right there. Now, what they're gonna do here is try to take down the tower in bot lane. They have demolished anyway, but there's gonna be a tower down for their side.
2 towers to 0, so KT.RY is actually slowing things down just by being able to defend their towers and also by being able to take towers for themselves. But you look at X-By.
Yeah, Cyclone to the Chains of Corruption, too much damage, 0 force to flash away in order for him to survive, but it's a good thing he did.
Okay, so are we going to finally see towers being broken down? Yeah, on the top side, Shin was able to push a tower top of a door.
Yeah, what a great Dragon's Rage to steal the blue buff, but Mega Inferno Bomb to deal damage together with Nomel, getting them with an anchor. And that is enough. I thought they're gonna go for the kill there.
The bot lane, though, Z versus Rattel, we've seen this during the fight for side, in where the Camille did ultimately win just because of the sheer presence of the tactical sweep. Shin, a 1v1 against Zero. This is a Zero champion still, right? Like, multiple times we saw him in a very disadvantageous position. But because it's the Akali, not the Wukong, he still has the avenue to outplay. So, kudos to KT.RY in identifying that they really need to help Zero pop off in this game. And in locking Akali as their first pick, it actually was a big difference maker.
Yeah, really helpful, especially for a team like Roll.RY. Akali is going to be a priority pick every time. And now Thunder Talk Gaming positioned right here on this fight. 4 people onto the bottom part of this Rift Herald. But they can still go for a flank if ever. They can go
Okay,
in right now. The Exotic ultimate is going to be there, and that's a very dead Namel. And they even stopped taking the Rift Herald after that. Now Rattel's going to be the next one, but they still have the space, so they can take this Rift Herald easily.
Yeah, but that's 2 ultimates that they have invested. KT.RY, so why they are in the position to try to make a play, and that is Daw's role, right? Oh, okay. All right, so Z got spotted there. They know that there is a Vision Ward right over in that bush. ThunderTalk was able to get the Red Herald. Will be summoning it here in the mid lane, and the once slowed game by KT.RY has now just opened up because ThunderTalk was able to get some series of picks.
Yep. Just because of that, they got a 4k gold lead, and then a Mountain Drake also on their sights. This is going to be very bad because most of the members of Roster War are in position to this fight because they don't have any vision at this part of the map.
You look at SMY and you look at Z, both of them are actually in prime position to stop whatever Dawn wants to accomplish to try to challenge this dragon, right? Like, picture perfect way to secure a dragon. ThunderTalk is on a roll, baby.
Yeah, ThunderTalk's just so good right now. I'm hoping that this is the momentum that they would have in the far future too, so that they would be able to fight against the higher ranking teams in the Chinese conference. Because right now, they're looking to be a very, very great team. Even, let me say this right now, they can fight against KBG for sure.
Pick W, man.
That's my copium right there. That's my copium right there.
That's the biggest Kek W I've ever heard tonight. Like, sure, man. Yeah. That's recency bias right there. Okay.
Let's see in the next month. Let's see. Put this on the record, everybody. Put this on the record.
Anyway, ThunderTalk is trying to defend the tower here in the mid lane, and I cannot move on, man. You shot. Did you just do that? But anyway, this guy and his stakes. Anyway, we're entering a lull state. We're entering a lull state, and if I remember correctly, KBG is, again, there are only 2 teams that they haven't faced from Chinese conference. I'm not sure if ThunderTalk is one of them. I'll be checking real quick because I know Trace Esports is one of them, right? And also Weibo Gaming. Yeah, they already had dismantled ThunderTalk once, but yeah, you can easily say it doesn't count because it wasn't soil. Sure.
Yeah. Let's see what's gonna happen though. Daw's gonna be the target. Hextech ultimatum to the Justice Punch takes them out easy. And now ThunderTalk Gaming looks for another one. Chain of Corruption wasn't able to hit, so that is going to cancel the engage here from ThunderTalk. No, never mind. They still want to go for a fight. Roster.Y still left alone here. Justice Punch was cancelled by the Dredge Line, but no, Mel was able to get a great death charge. Z is popping with his HP, and he almost falls down. Soul is too over-aggressive right here, but with the Hero's Entrance, here comes the help from the team. But look at the backside. Zero is left alone with one teammate, and that's the discussion. Justice takes down 2. And now that's going to be the 2 left alone here. They still want to go for a fight. Counter-Strike is available, but no Mel is going to be on their crosshairs. That's going to be 1 takedown. 1 more for Z. It's not going to hit, but everyone's going to die on the side of Roster.Y. And that's ThunderTalk taking the ace right here.
That was an unofficial ace because I believe that Daw was the first one to die, right? Like, hold that thought. Round number 2. How about a hexa kill?
Yeah, this is going to be the last kill that they need, and that's going to be Daw, but he was able to flash away in safety.
Yeah, imagine, starting that team fight with you dying, and then immediately you try to just secure your red buff. Lo and behold, ThunderTalk still being there, still was the deterrent that was needed for you to flash away. But we look into that replay, and what a decisive team fight by ThunderTalk. Mind you, Dash, this is between 2 towers, and oftentimes, whenever you are between 2 towers, you will allow your team to really go for the plays, right? I would understand that if the looking at the current state, coaching staff might be saying, yeah, go ahead, fight them, it is winnable. But Luna's mana was actually depleted. He was and that was one of the biggest reasons why they cannot really withstand the pressure coming from ThunderTalk. Add to the fact that the Mushroom Justice was able to damage 2 people. That's the final nail in the coffin here by KT.RY.
Yeah, that was such a great fight though by ThunderTalk. They really juggled around the tower really effectively. Yeah? That's why they were all able to survive, getting a clean ace against Roster.Y. And this is what we said during the start of this this tournament too, or rather this day, that there's a possibility that Roaster.Y could get 2-0 by the current state of ThunderTalk Gaming, and it's happening right in front of our eyes with this 10k goal lead.
It is indeed unfolding right now. Like at this point, KT.RY, the number 1 team from APAC, is just clearly outmatched, man.
That's so much damage, even from a Camille. Once you see a Camille do that amount of damage in Wild Rift, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Z is just too ahead.
Maybe they should hire us, huh?
yeah, maybe, please. But again,
I will pull a jet.
I hope so, but now the Mel. Oh no, he's gonna die here right now, and ThunderTalk Gaming is just gonna be free to take the Baron.
Even the dragon is open for the taking. Like that will be the second consecutive time that we will be seeing a 3 dragon empowered ThunderTalk. Game number 1, they were able to do it. Game number 2, also on the precipice of being able to secure the dragon. Now, hear me out. Okay, well, that hot?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Z could potentially get. Oh no, he doesn't want.
He's respecting. He's respecting.
Yeah.
Can I nerd out with the numbers?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right, I have it on my notes. Never mind. I just remember that there is some shenanigans happening on the top side.
No way.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, back to your talk now.
Never mind. I will be nerding out the numbers sometime soon.
Yeah. But again, everybody, that was just Camille in action. The reason why we banned the Camille, and once the Camille is ahead, is going to be dealing so much damage. But usually we don't reach this state in where the Camille would be dealing this amount of damage. But again, Roaster.Y is going to try to go for it with Cyclone on 2 with the Hero Center just to get it with it. That's icing on top of the cake, and Nomel falls down. Another knock-up comes out, and Zero wasn't even able to run away from that fight. And again, ThunderTalk back in mission. They still want to get that Baron.
Yeah, Daw is still alive, so there's still a threat of a 50-50. But all you have to do as SMY is to just check where Daw will come from and be that bodyguard, be that defensive guard that is needed. You know what? Shin is doing the job of SMY and will just be running towards the Lee Sin. One silence could have just ended the life of the Lee Sin there, but you know what, man? It's so hard to watch. I'm an APAC caster. You are an APAC caster. We want our teams to do so better. And we kind of marked this matchup in our calendars because we know that ThunderTalk is not one of the best teams in the tournament, right? Like they are fighting for their spot. They're currently number 9, but because of the changes that they did, it's just a big glow up, man.
Yeah, and they're having a hard time here, even inside of Roaster.Y. Even with Soil whipping so much chains of corruptions, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because with that, he can still do some damage at the back line, just getting some piercing arrows.
Yeah, handicap, man. It is, I think, what it is right now. But Soil has to be careful.
Yeah, Z is going to be the target though, but with the hero sentence, that's going to be the help that they
So
need.
easy.
Mazel's going to fall, but with the piercing arrow, that's going to be the kill onto the back line. Zero's going to be next with the Cyclone. That's going to be really helpful. Daw is not going to be able to get the safeguard in, but they got the kill, which is perfect. But here comes the Demolition just as a sword in the face, and that's going to be the kill. The last one standing, the Nexus is going to fall. And ThunderTalk Gaming gets a 2-0 against the first, or rather, the #1 team of APAC.
Okay, so I've heard a lot of naysayers. I've heard a lot of doubters saying that, hey, why are we not being able to perform against the best teams? You look at this particular matchup, that's our #1 team from APAC, right? Got easily dismantled and handled by ThunderTalk. Think of it this way, right? Like, Philippines is a big basketball country, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so can you
You're a
say
big
that we can
basketball
stand?
fan?
Yeah. Can you say that we can stand up against the best of the best right now? You know, the better regions, for example, Europe or maybe even North America. You can,
That's
you
a good
won't,
point.
right? It takes a time.
Yeah.
It takes time. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. And honestly, will we ever see the time that we can challenge the Chinese powerhouses? Yeah, I do believe that, right? We do have the talent. It just has to come down with the support staff as well, right? Because you kind of have to have pinpoint where you can win at, where you are good at. Because obviously there will be glaring weaknesses for every team, right? But by being able to cover them and by being able to maximize what you're strong at, That is, I think, what will catapult us into the narrative of us finally closing the gap, because definitely, man, the gap is there.
Yeah. And also, one of the problems here, though, is that one of the closest ones that we had, one of the closest games that we had against the Chinese team was last year. That was the closest gap that we had since the icons that we had last year. It was closer than what it is right now. The Chinese meta has evolved way further, and the gap just lengthened right here. And we're seeing it right now. Even KT.RY can't even challenge the likes of Thunder Talk Gaming, which is the 9th place contender of the Chinese conference. Yes, they have won against EDG, but everything's gonna change right now. Everything's changing. EDG still has a chance to get taken off of the competition. And
I think they're stronger. They are stronger than EDG right now, man.
Yeah, that's what's scary about the Chinese conference, because they're evolving even a step through the competition right now, and that's the scary part about the Chinese meta.
And I think this has something to do with the 3-year head start, I guess. Is what I meant by 3-year head start is that Chinese teams or Chinese players had a head start because they were the first to invent a mobile game. And so, those mechanics that we are just trying to get to know of, right? There's a limit to the knowledge that you can flip over from League of Legends PC to Wild Rift. There's a limit to that. I guarantee you that, right? Like it's a combination of two things: being able to master the mobile mechanics, and also by being able to transfer the League of Legends PC knowledge over towards here onto Wild Rift. But now that you are seeing Wild Rift diversifying themselves from League of Legends PC, now we are seeing more and more mobile players really strive in the current format, in the current tournament. And again, Chinese players, man, they have had a head start. That is one thing I guarantee you. By the way, MVP is Soil, 28% damage, 78% kill participation, and it's kind of expected because he was the reason why they got the first two kills for Thunder Talk.
That's on top of missing Chain of Corruptions left and right. And it doesn't even matter. He still gets MVP in the end. But now, with what you were saying a while ago, yeah, that is true. There's a really big transition that a lot of the teams from APAC really needs to go through in order for them to really match against the evolution that we have here from a lot of the Chinese teams. It's really, honestly, it's really hard to see a lot of the APAC teams losing against the Chinese conference. But there is a possibility sometime in the future. I'm not sure if it is now. They still have a chance though. We still have a month. But this is me just with my copium talking. But yeah, because there's still this big gap. I do hope to see a difference maybe even next year, because that is when we diversify ourselves from League PC, which is honestly a step in the right direction.
Yeah, well, of course, we have Ice Dragon joining us very soon. And you saw the match results of today. That's a 2-0. And by the way, did I tell everyone that Thunder Talk was 1 win away from getting that number 8 spot? Well, you look where they are right now. In fact, they are actually the scariest number 18. Let me guess. They will be ending at the number 6 spot. Because it's so hard to knock off, the top 5 teams right now. You have Weibo, Trace Esports, Nova, J-Team, KBG. If anything, the only thing or the only team that might fall off is Trace. But that still is Weiba, right? And Weiba is solo carrying his team. Enough to be able to secure a very good seeding. So for the APAC, again, that's a loss for KT.RY. That's already their 10th game. They are ahead when it comes to the games played because of that week that we had to rest our Southeast Asian teams. The things are looking up for all of those other teams, because if you kind of want to, get to a better record, sometimes you kind of have to hope, the other teams on the top side will be dropping a game or two.
Honestly, for the 2nd to 4th placers, there's still a shuffle that's gonna happen for sure. In the next month, it's gonna happen. There's still a big possibility that this could change. But right now, KT.RY is at the top, slowly fighting against a lot of the Chinese conference teams, and they have been they have not really performed that well except for that win against EDG. So I do hope to see that a lot of these teams from APAC, especially from what we've seen during the last time, Fennel actually just stepped up during the last game. So this is a step in the right direction to you for the APAC teams.
Indeed. Wednesday matches. Manila Fennel going against Team Flash. We remember that Fennel was able to finally get over the hump and was able to get their win against a Chinese team, no less. Team Flash, yesterday, I saw them came really close, but could not finish the job. Match number 2 will be Nova and Thunder Talk. Man, okay, okay, so, all right, OMG versus Invit. Okay, let's end the show with me asking you, who do you think will win between Nova and Thunder Talk, and what do you plan to wager?
Oh, there's a wager though. There's a wager? Oh man, this is gonna be hard. I'm pretty sure you're gonna go for Nova. For Nova here on this one though, right? I'm gonna go for Thunder Talk for sure. What are you gonna wager? And I'm just gonna.
I'll think about it. Maybe a skin or something, like, dude. Sure.
Ooh.
Skin for the audience, right? Like, not for us.
Sure. I'll go with that too. Yeah. Let's go with a skin.
Whoever
I'll
loses
go for Thunder Talk.
will be giving away a skin
Yeah.
of choice. They were random supporter, random viewer. Thunder Talk for Dash. Meanwhile, I go for Nova. Yeah, sure. That's We are going to shake on it. Okay, don't worry. But anyway, Dash.
Yeah, that's a good way to end the show, honestly. Everybody, this was such a really fun day. It was 2-0 on the board, but this last game, really well fought by Thunder Talk Gaming. We're slowly seeing a juggernaut in our midst, especially for the Chinese conference. But again, that was just the end of the week. This is day 32, if I'm correct, right? Autolus, this is day 32 of our tournament. And again, thank you very much to all our sponsors, Coca-Cola, BNG Games, and also to Riot Games for getting this tournament online. Thank you very much for all of you. We couldn't do this without you. But again, thank you very much everybody for tuning in. You're the real MVPs. Thank you for the viewers for being here. We were your casters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autolus. See you guys on Wednesday for more Wild Rift action.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.